Hello, everybody. How are we doing today?
Sorry, y'all. We would have been here earlier, but Scott was looking at TikTok.
That was not what happened. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that's what
that definitely happened.
I literally Googled two names to see if they exist on TikTok, and I didn't open TikTok. I feel like I even say TikTok like somebody that doesn't know how to correctly say TikTok. Like, you know, when somebody uses a slang term,
you say TikTok like someone who's about to ask for a tic tac is what you say it like.
Well, yeah. It's like, well, you know, when people use like an idiom or a slang term that's like clearly out of their vernacular, and so like, they say it funny. You know, like I don't know, like
you literally do this all the time.
What
Scott.
is lit, children?
Bruh, that's not very on fleek for you.
Yeah. Get it, Liddy, or something like that. I don't know. I don't even know how they say.
Liddy titty.
I don't even know how they say it. Yeah,
they being you internet. The people outside of this room right now, I don't know how it's said.
God, old people have the same internet as young people. I don't know if you know that.
No, old people had free internet. Our internet is no longer
Scott
free.
opens up his browser, which is still Internet Explorer, and the first thing that pops up is Bingo and Solitaire.
Is it called Internet Explorer? I thought they changed the name.
He's still got Solitaire up right now.
It's Microsoft Edge now.
Yeah, that's right. They're edging now. That's right.
But the joke was you still had Internet Explorer because you're old.
I mean, I have a Windows, so it comes with it.
Technically, Internet Explorer kind of still exists, but like, if you bring it up, it just kind of errors out.
What about AOL broadband? You've got mail.
First time, why does everybody sound like they're on helium? Oh boy. Hold on, can I do that? 1 second.
Helium? Hold on.
What? Are you having audio issues?
Who's?
Oh boy. Oh,
that's usually what I do.
It's
Liberation. I think that might be on your end. Well, Scott's an idiot, but otherwise, I just listened to the audio, and unless you're used to only people who talk like Barry White, then this is how normal people sound.
That's right. Unless you listen to people with voice modulators like Pirate
Markiplier.
Software, then yeah, this is normal people. So
had to shoot an arrow.
Now I'm thinking we could do the whole session on
like
helium.
Oh boy.
Chipmunk mode.
Yeah.
Scott
Scott doesn't like having an audience, so yeah.
No, that's fine. I don't mind.
I want to cast magic.
Actually, Wade can break the mold. He can be the Barry White, and everyone else is on helium.
Koa, I can't get enough of your sword, baby.
Can't get enough of your sword, baby.
Oh, Satan. That's nice of you to stop off. Sorry, I do all my impressions naturally.
That's not true. We've heard you use voice modulators in other campaigns like Star Wars and whatnot.
I thought it was just Wade's
voice. It's not the same. It's not an impression. Part of the RP.
I mean, it was inspired by my boy Ken. Kyle Ren. The super emo one. The one that was more emo than Luke and Anakin. What was his name?
I'm not helping you.
Are you trying to like old right now? Is this
No.
Ross, why would you help him?
I watched Star Wars. If somebody Kylo Ren, thank you. I was not bad. I said Kyle Ren.
That's why I thought you were doing a bit. You literally were a letter difference and it didn't click anything. That's old.
I was trying to get there. I haven't watched Star Wars in a while. Actually, it's not true. I tried watching that Skeleton Crew, and it's definitely for children. It looks
last time on Lost Initiative.
I'm gonna bring
Keep
up
going.
notes.
Oh, I'm less old than I was last time. Oh, do you want to come out here with us? Okay. Maybe you guys should go into some rooms while I take a nap. All right. Whoa, look, some crystals and shit. Whoa, look, a tree where a naked tree lady once lived. Aldo, what are you huffing under that bed? Nothing? Okay, cool. Guess we figured it all out, guys. Yeah, it's Morbid time. Let's leave.
Okay, thank you, Wade. I appreciate that. It was,
Did I miss any important parts? I think I got it all.
It was good enough. Right. So, as your characters are leaving, I didn't know if there was any intentional RP you wanted to have as you're walking down the tunnel. So opening up the left gate, to the left wheel, to open up the passageway that brings you to the gates. Currently, the ooze is sitting inside the tube. Yes, Wade?
Crystal. We have to debate whether we're taking that crystal in.
Oh, yeah, sure. So I imagine it's like one of those things where literally the ooze is still sitting inside the tube, the no power is turned on or whatever it is for the crystal. The crystal, I think, is still hung back up in the air. And so it's one of those, you're kind of getting ready to leave, and then we'll have kind of Koa being like, actually, so go ahead, Koa.
Actually. Sorry, I forgot what Koa's voice was. Thank you, Scott, for the reminder.
Hold on. Gotcha.
Actually.
Hey, everyone, it's Koa. And I've actually forgotten what my fucking boy's voice is.
Somewhere between those two.
So, do you think we should take the crystal or leave it behind for now? I think we need to plan our next move. We have... Obviously, I'd like to get to my family in Errands, but we have some time-sensitive things over in Drazstone and the Chev, so... If we're heading that way, should we bring the crystal and go test it out and see what we can do in the mountains, or do we mess with that a different day? Because we're going to need it here and potentially there, unless we can craft another one or find one.
Yeah, Mikhail, is there any way to tell if any of these other crystals that we've found in here have anything in them, I guess? Because this one isn't needed here, but if any of these other ones would do, we could take one of them and leave that one where it is.
But we know some of them have things in them, right? The fire that's still burning, but it wouldn't be the same thing. Does it have to be the same element?
I imagine it would, and I forgot, I left those tongs in there, I never checked that. All the other crystals we found, none of them were the same size, so even if they were properly attuned, I don't know that they'd have the same power. They may not be able to conduct enough energy.
Right. Well, if you want to go
what about
check,
the ones we found in the workshop itself? We did find some in there. They weren't as big.
Yeah, that's the ones I'm talking about. They're not.
Oh, I thought
not
you were
as big.
referring to the flame ones.
Oh yeah, those I didn't even get a look at. I just know they're probably in there.
There's also the one that provides light to the plants or heat or whatever it is. But we know there's at least two different ones that are functional in here. 3. Fire, the sunlight, and then the blowing.
That'd be air, I'm pretty sure.
That's a lot less technical than I expected it to be.
Oh. Yeah, some things are simple. But no, we would need another one. Just to be safe, we would want it to be at least the same size, attuned to air, but I don't know even how to begin that process. We have the tools, and I think them being cut the right way is a start, but we don't even have anything the right size to cut into one like the one in there.
Well, Gemsmith may either know or be able to replicate gem itself, but the thing inside, who can do that?
Right. That, I'm not sure. Oh, doesn't Gemsmith have one of these? Isn't that the one he was looking at? He wasn't sure about?
Specifically, there was one of the crystals that Wade had found, not the one that was the hanging suspended in space there. One of the crystals that Wade had found was of the same color, and that's how you guys made the solid association. Oh, Rory, come here real quick. Say hi to Grammy. She's actually in chat right now. Yeah, Grammy's in chat right now. Say hi, Grammy.
Hi, Grammy.
Yeah, she can hear you. Cool. Thanks for the pancake, kiddo. Love you. Go to bed. All right, sorry. So different crystal, but one of the ones that you found was similar too. Sorry, Wade, and Keegan, take it away.
How big was that one compared to, like, did it look similar to this?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So the one that you had found down there that was the same size, you don't know much about gemology. Your characters just don't. But what you do know is this. The one that you found down there was larger than the one that your characters had found months and months ago. But the one that you had found months and months ago was of a much higher quality. As far as you could tell, there was like no real marks that your untrained eye can see. Now, the significance of those marks or what have you, that's a different conversation. But there was the one that you had beforehand seemed to be nicer. But again,
okay.
Who knows if that's actually worth anything?
Perhaps asking the Elder one more question before we leave. Does it have to be specifically the wind or air to open the doors, or any of these crystals? Could a fire one do it?
I mean, yeah, we can ask, but I think the air is what moves the ooze. We don't want this thing
one,
blasting
Yeah,
fire.
the air for here needs to be
mountains.
but the other one. Yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, like what element we need for the one in the mountains? No, that's a great question.
Because we don't have to take this one, we could take a different one. I mean, one of the fires not being lit, we've already a few that aren't. Hopefully he's in a talking mood still. He was fading a bit. Yeah. Why don't you check out the tongs real quick, and I'll ask him.
Yeah, that works. So yeah, we're gonna head back in, Scott.
No problem. So you're gonna grab the tongs, and so you guys are gonna walk back in down the hallway. And wait, I assume you're going straight through to the end, and Keegan, your character is gonna stop at the first door on the left.
Yeah, he'd probably ask Aldo to go with him just in case he somehow sets himself on fire.
Not a problem. And Aldo, so you're going to go with him, I assume, unless you have any arguments to that. And Wade, you're going to go over. So we'll just take care of you first, Keegan. So you're going to go over with the tongs, and the plan is for one of the ones that still have the fire in place, you want to lift up the metal plate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So you do exactly that. You go over there, and you're going to like reach down into the fire with the tongs and try to like adjust the metal plate. As a reminder, it was kind of like stuck inside there a bit. So your character's gonna like fiddle with it for a moment and kind of like struggle, and then whether if it's your character finishes a task or you hand it over to Aldo, who just instinctively does it because I think he was the original person to open one. You smack the plate at the bottom, and it knocks it loose from all like the carbon or whatever that was built up down there, and then finally you can like slide the thing free and lift it up, and you can't really see underneath it because the width of the fire is too much. So instead, you're gonna try to grab the crystal and pull it out. Now, who is the person that's actually grabbing the crystal and pulling out? Is this going to be Keegan?
I mean, Mikhail probably would start doing that. That was his intent.
Okay, that's fine. So, you're welcome to try.
Of course.
I'm sorry?
Using the tongs, of course, not reaching
of
in
course,
my fucking hand.
You're welcome to try. This is going to be a matter of deftness to get this out without hurting anything. So, of course, it's going to be a disabled device check. Please, Keegan, go ahead and roll.
So I'll say... What he does is so he's reaching in with the tongs, he's like poking around. Really first, because I don't know if I see a crystal, right? I'm just going to try to see if I can feel one. I don't know if that's also a disabled device, but because I'm not extracting it yet, because I don't know if it's in character. He doesn't know it's in there, we're assuming.
It's a safe assumption.
So do I feel a crystal just like poking around a little bit?
Roll a perception instead.
Okay.
You see how he just hard pivoted there?
Hey, that's twice as good as your rolls last week.
Yeah.
Right?
and twice as good as he would have gotten with disabled device.
Now you're up to a messy level.
Ooh, somebody ends scene for Keegan. He wants to kill himself. Oh, I mean, unalive himself. Is that what we say now?
I guess. For the record, I do not want to kill myself.
Not you, the character.
You said Keegan, right?
I'm bad with names.
We'll put that out there. Anyway, I'm not rolling luck.
Is this your mom's in chat? Being like,
right?
So much dust of deliciousness for chat to forget.
Not my phone's ringing. No, it isn't.
Dreamcasting modified memory for the next 10 years.
I'm not rolling luck or anything. I'm just. Do I feel anything in there?
It's certainly banging around, but you're not entirely sure if it's hitting the edges or hitting where the crystal is, because you understand like the basic structure inside there. You don't know how big these crystals would be or really where, like how situated they'd be set in. You're not sure. You just, unfortunately, just not sure.
So I can't tell. So it doesn't seem like, as far as I know, if there's anything in particular moving in there. I'm just scraping around.
Scraping around, exactly.
Okay. And it's like, I can't tell if I can find anything in here. It feels empty. I'm just kind of, I don't know. Can you find anything, Aldo?
I mean, I'll try. You can see him. He's looking like back out the door, and he's like, "Really don't trust that guy. I don't know what he's saying to Koa right now."
I'm sure Koa will
Then
tell
he'll
us.
go over to take the tongs off you, and you can see he'll try and do it, but his attention is elsewhere.
Oh, good. Roll a disadvantage.
There's disadvantage in this system?
There can be. For you, there can be.
For me, yeah. All right, what, disable device?
We got to
or
make
is
you
it
roll like the
perception?
other two. Come on now. Yeah, disable device if you're trying to pop it out.
All right.
Decent
Better.
roll. It's not lock
Definitely
picking,
better
so
than
we
me.
don't add the +1.
Mm-hmm.
Are you happy
Unless
with
it is lock picking.
Are you happy with it?
Yeah.
Okay. With your 19 total, you're scraping around in there, and you're almost positive you're grabbing something. You know where the prongs were that were holding the stone down, and the other ones. You were the first one to discover them. You spent the most time looking at them, etc., etc. So you know where they are, and so you're grabbing what you're pretty sure is a crystal, because let's pretend for a second you are in fact grabbing prongs. If you turn this thing 5 degrees and you're still grabbing something, like, it's got to be a crystal. You know, but maybe it's just affixed by the prongs too well. Maybe it's recessed too low for you to be able to grab. Unfortunately, you feel like you keep just barely, like, you're grabbing it, but it could be a combination of it's just too set in there for you to get it, or you're too afraid to chip the crystal, so you're not executing with as much fervor as you maybe need to. So it's either you being too defensive or it's too well set inside there. But you unfortunately are not able to get the crystal out.
This thing's as hard to open as real braziers.
I mean, wait.
I mean, brazier.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Molly.
Hey, go lay down. Harley, good lord. My dog.
Wade's
His
like,
tail is-
yay, playtime.
Meanwhile, I'm trying to put the square in the round hole.
He'll look to Mikhail, and he's just like, I have it, but if I don't know if I put any more pressure, it might chip it or crack it or something, but
Are you able to move it at all?
maybe. I definitely have it.
But I'm gonna stand like not right behind him, like a step behind him, and just kind of look over his shoulder. Can I see if he's got anything?
The fire is just unfortunately too much. You can't see through the flame.
Damn. Okay.
Keegan.
Mage hands out.
Roll me an intelligence check. And while you're doing that, thinking about it, Aldo, kind of like stopping and thinking about it, you're realizing, like, the grip there, my description is more or less telling you if that you failed, obviously. But if you fail by too much, it could have bad consequences, 5 or 10 or more, right?
Yeah. I figured that. I figured that before when I didn't lock it before. I was like, there's no way it fails my 5 or more and 19 right there, Scott. That's
I guess
good
you're right.
enough.
I guess you're right. So that means it's less than 24 if you didn't fail by 5.
Yeah, that's right.
We're level 2, but we're in the level 40 zone.
That's not how Pathfinder works.
DC 45.
A simple lock is, I think, a DC 20 for a simple lock for like a cupboard that the maid keeps the milk in, or a brazier. Anyways, so
That's a DC 40. Those things
Keegan,
are made to be frustrating. Not that I would know.
it is frustrating not being able to see down there because of the fire, but the brazier is wider than the flame is. You just can't get the right angle to see through it. You realize it's just a matter of angles. If you have something shiny, especially like a mirror that you can gently put down there, you actually might be able to see underneath the fire.
Aldo, you don't have a mirror, do you?
I probably do in my disguise kit.
We have a GoPro on Simone.
Then yeah, I'll try to grab a mirror from Aldo's disguise kit.
Okay.
And then look under the fire and see if I can spot the damn crystal.
Yeah. And so, whether him using the tongs or whatever, between the two of you, you have enough dexterity. You don't have to worry about like chipping or breaking the thing. You're able to place it down there, And this time with your 10 perception check, looking around the corner, more or less kind of cheating around it, you can see there is in fact a crystal down there. So you can see the crystal. That is guaranteed that is down there. However, the crystal, while not particularly large in size, at least it's hard to see how large it is because it is in fact recessed. So if you know much about like how diamonds or whatever, like jewels, are placed inside of settings, there are settings where it can be like more or less like a bezel set where it's, you know, very pressed down, so you can only see like the top facets of the stone, and the rest of the stone is actually, you know, embedded. If it's a large stone, it's because most of it's buried down. But even when you're looking at width, this thing in width is maybe a centimeter. It's not particularly wide either.
So sorry.
Oh, jeez.
But it gets bigger.
Yeah, it's like we're just seeing like the tip of the iceberg, you know?
I swear,
it's
baby,
recessed.
it's just recessed.
Just keep playing with it. Just keep playing with it.
So, does it look like from where Aldo is trying to remove it that like he actually can, given that it's recessed, or are we like going from the wrong angle here?
Great question. Yes, it does, because it looks like as he was kind of fiddling around trying to get this thing, he definitely knocked a couple of the prongs kind of loose. So if you have him like playing around down there, guided with your eyes, you can see like, all right, no, definitely he's moving the thing a little bit. It's jiggling. Either it was always jiggling and the prongs are always loose, or he's knocks them loose and it's jiggling. So in theory, he could pop this thing out. It's just he wasn't able to be successful so far.
Can I actually assist using the mirror, like guiding him to help him out?
You can give a +2 now.
All right, cool.
Jake, you can re-roll add a +2 to your miscellaneous.
Yeah,
This
I'll
time,
start.
Jake, do me a favor and roll like a 4.
You've got a decent track record on calling rolls, Scott,
I
especially
know, it's
bad
kinda
ones.
scary.
It's a little unfortunate right now.
That'd be like, man, a mashup of all those times. That'd be crazy.
Okay, forensic, I had a dental procedure today. Too soon.
Oh, is it a 3? Oh, so close, so close.
Dude, I swear that dice is
+2?
on the 17, but it says
does.
it's on the
It's
3.
it's like cocked on the damn 17.
That is a cock
So
dice.
Jake, if you luck die it, you can get as high as a 16. I don't know how much you like the idea of a 16.
Like it better than breaking the crystal, probably.
Okay, we got a 15. There's no way that the DC is more than a 20 here.
I think it is. I think it is 20, but we'll see.
That's what I think it is too. 20.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, what happens is, as you're trying to get this thing going, he's guiding you, and he's actually knocking. You're actually intentionally like smacking with a little bit of force, nothing crazy, but a little bit of torque to it. 2 of the prongs loose, so they're really bent out of place, which is great. And then again, with his guidance, you're trying to knock the crystal free, but unfortunately, the other 2 prongs are holding it down just enough that you're like, damn it, I can't pop it out sideways yet. So you try to do the same idea of like knocking the at least one more prong loose enough you can get the crystal to pop out of how it's kind of, you know, embedded in. It's, you know, obviously it's not properly bezel set because it has prongs, but you get the idea of how it's embedded in there. Unfortunately, the way that you try to knock the prong loose, rather than knocking it like to the side in a way that would get it so that you can get the stone out easier, you knock it down to the side and actually push it into the crystal, like chipping into the crystal, just enough that a little crack happens. And at first, you know, you can imagine Mikhail's reaction being like, ah, you saw the crack happen. But then, Mikhail, you notice that the crack is growing and spreading. And because Mikhail can see this, Mikhail, you can have a +2 to this roll. But I need both of you guys to roll me an initiative. What happens is the crystal actually bursts, like bursts open, and the flame itself comes to life in front of you. It's no longer just like a dancing flame that's sitting there, you know, with heat and, you know, so on and so forth. It actually comes to life and turns. Well, it doesn't really have a form like shoulders or legs or anything like that, but it seems to turn its attention to you and goes to lunge at you guys to attack. You guys are, give me a second to set this up, but you are welcome to roll Give me a moment. Here. Let's wipe this clean. Remove all. Clear. Okay. You can go ahead and highlight your minis and roll initiative.
Okay.
All right. Does that include your plus 2, Keegan?
I thought you said +3, but so yes. If it's only a +2, then it's 1 less than that.
Okay, cool. I'll just make sure I said 3, but corrected it to like 2 seconds later.
Okay, so it's 23 then.
Cool. I'll make sure I incorporate that. Give me 1 second. Initiatives are always open rolled. Or usually open rolled.
Or wait, I can fix it. That's right.
Oh, I rolled horrible. I rolled absolutely terrible. That's great for you guys.
Good.
Wade, you can technically roll initiative because you might be able to hear this on your turn.
Oh, okay.
Awesome. Let me go ahead and reformat this. So you, sir, are able to notice this prior to the creature acting. So you see it, more or less the crystals bursting and the bursting, breaking, and you can react as this is happening. As you can see, the flame seems to be flickering to have more purpose to it than just a basic flicker. It seems to have like almost intelligence to the way that it's moving about. Mikhail, you first.
Yeah. So, he screams, "Oh shit, the fire's alive!" And he moves straight back away from it. Or he's gonna move toward the exit to this area, because I know it gets heavy as shit if we go deeper.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm
this
moving toward,
the
like,
first
where
fire,
we...
like, clearly it's at the first fire, yeah.
Yeah, because the first one was lit.
Yep.
So I'm gonna move, like, kind of out of this room. And once I'll move 25 feet away, and then I'm gonna use ear-piercing scream on the fire.
So as a reminder, where the fire was at the at more or less the entrance of the place. So 25 feet away, which you're more than welcome to do and still be able to see, is gonna put you in the hallway. So like fully into the hallway behind you, and sets you. Give me 1 second. I'll tell you how far you are from Wade at that point. You will be about. Because he'll be 115 minus 25. You'll be about 90 feet away from Wade. He'll be 90 feet behind you.
How far is that
far.
from the crystal in the hallway?
Great question. That would be...
Because we do not want that also opening up right now.
I don't want to break that one.
Yeah, the crystal in the hallway is about... hold on, 25 take away. About 40 feet away from where he is. Different direction. Okay. About 40 feet away from where he is. And the direction's about 70 degrees off.
Okay. We can skip the RP, but I'm assuming I had time to ask the old man this question while they were fiddling around.
Yeah, sure. Let's pause. Go ahead.
Elder, if you're able to answer the question, the doors that the keep in the mountains, would any crystal work, or specifically just the one with the air infused in it?
I'm a bit worn. Give me a moment to think. Several moments pass, allowing time to pass. And then he says, "It's possible I'm mistaken about the crystal of this keep that is hung there being the right one. I believe it would function. I believe it would. Perhaps I'm mistaken. It needs to be able to... No. Yes. That crystal will function. But other crystals should function as well."
Do they need to be a specific element?
Oh. I don't... For specifically that place, I don't think so. I think it just needs to be able to handle the power of it. It must be able to handle the amount of power in that place. I think that's it.
Does the size of the crystal matter then?
Thanks for, again, several moments. Yes. Size and quality of the stone and how it was handled. Even the way it's cut matters. But I don't know what's the right cut, what's more efficient than others. I don't know what size matters, if it's a matter of length or width, whichever is of preference, or if so long as bigger is better. I'm not sure.
You're sounding a lot better all of a sudden, Aldo.
I'm truly trying to... I don't know.
Right.
Perhaps there's documents. Oh, the place is destroyed. Maybe if I have more memory.
All right. We will try to find more books and visit more places then. Thank you.
He does kind of like lift his head, because he was, slouched a bit. Lifts his head and says, "This room has books. Perhaps here. Perhaps. I'm not sure." And he seems to get out of breath.
We would need something stronger than magic we have to make these books usable. If we touch them, they'll disintegrate, we think. So we've tried to avoid messing with them.
Maybe I've read them in my past. Before they rotted. During the centuries I've been caught here. Maybe I can remember. Maybe. Right now I need rest.
Of course. Thank you again for your time. We'll be leaving momentarily.
You take a moment to look around the room, especially the table, to see the items that are there, and then the movement from across the hall catches your eye as you see Mikhail, rush out into the hallway, good 90 feet or whatever I said from where you are now on the other side of the table at 90 feet, so you have to kind of go around the table, or jump over it. But anyways, you see Mikhail run out into the hallway and start. Mikhail, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to draw my rapier as I'm moving, since I can actually do that now.
Sure.
And then, he whirls around, and I'm going to use ear-piercing scream on the fire.
Cool. Boop. And this is a Fortitude partial. You unleash a powerful scream, inaudible to a single target. The target is dazed for 1 round and takes 1d6 points of sonic damage for 2 caster levels. So that's going to be 5 points. A successful save negates the daze and halves the damage, and it is specifically a Fortitude save. Yeah. And does this affect objects or no?
Targets 1 creature.
Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's not, like undead. If it doesn't hurt objects, it doesn't hurt undead. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
Yeah. So I feel like fun fact about Pathfinder.
Otherwise.
If you cast a spell that it doesn't matter what it does for damage, if it doesn't also function against objects, it doesn't work on undead.
I think that's specific for Fortitude save ones, though.
Yes, you are correct. Yes. Specifically for Fortitude saves. All right, cool. So let me roll my Fortitude. Oh. Rolling that one.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I failed horribly. I'll take 5 points of damage. Unfortunately for you, I am immune to being dazed. But I will take the 5 points of what kind of damage was it? Sonic?
Sonic, yeah.
Perfect, cool. So you more or less let out this scream. You open your mouth and scream, but nobody can hear it except Aldo. You see that the fire in front of you seems to almost be blown back, like there's a force of wind or something like that that's smashing against it, and the flames aren't quite as bright as they were beforehand. The base of the flame, which is glowing white hot, and the edges, which are like that, licking oranges and reds and what have you. The base of the flame is dropped from being that white hot to being more to like a light reddish orange, and the edges of it are more wispy than they were beforehand. You're not entirely sure what Mikhail did, because you have never experienced it yourself. But whatever it was effective.
You've seen me use this spell a couple of times, just I've never hit you with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. After that is going to be, I believe, Koa's turn. So Koa, like I said, there's a table between you and where he is. So you can hop that table with a simple acrobatics check that will not slow you down, or you can run around the table. The perk to hopping over the table is you can get further because you're not wasting your time running around it.
Okay. I guess the first thing I'll do is yell to Mikhail. What is it?
He'll repeat the fucking fire's alive.
You say, "What is it?" And then he screams wordlessly. And then says,
yeah. The fucking fire's alive.
A 9 acrobatics.
+4 to jump though. You make it.
Okay, I don't know how close I can get.
Your speed is 80, and so
can you draw a sword and shield at the same time, or can you only draw like one thing?
You are absolutely able to draw a sword and a shield at the same time. Yep.
I think Koa will draw the cutlass and the shield. I think having even though it's a wooden shield, I think having something between him and fire and his brain seems like a good idea.
Yeah. You'd rather that catch fire than you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, you're 10 feet behind where Mikhail is at the moment. So you're exactly 10 feet behind him, which means this is just one square between the two of you, which is good news. And that was just a double move. So that was just a draw your sword as you run and move the double move. Do you have anything you do with your swift action, sir? Or free action?
I think looking in there, what does it look like?
Yeah, from the angle of where you are, you unfortunately can barely see, like, it's like, you know, because your character's not stopping and looking, right? This is in the middle of the action of rushing in. You can barely see what's going on in there. All you know is you see like the light, because there's consistent light as well as, you know, this flame, which is the closest flame. The light in there is moving about a bit. It's like dancing about a bit. This isn't the direct fire that you're seeing from where you are. It's literally the light that's cast on the walls around the corner that you're seeing, kind of like the light moving around. And you're seeing a lot of moving shadows as Aldo is also taking his actions near the fire around him, right?
Okay. I think hearing Mikhail say the fire and then seeing this, Koa will go ahead and rage.
Cool. And that'll be the end of your turn. Awesome. Aldo, it's your turn. Now, before you make a choice of what you want to do, this creature is technically flat-footed. It's the first round of combat. They just were, air quotes, summoned, and they have not acted yet. So the reason why that matters is, well, you have a bunch of details you can do flat-footed anyways, but if you were to try to run away, it would not provoke, same as it didn't for Mikhail.
Okay, I was going to withdraw, but yeah, no. Aldo just sprints out of the room.
Sure. Do you want to go stop, like, right next to Mikhail? Do you want to, like, go the opposite direction? Where do you want to go?
We'll go past Mikhail towards the door where the, like, levers and that are.
Sure. And then I finally have moved you guys where you need to oh, hold on. Go back over here. So I can actually show you the map that I had set up beforehand. Let's do...
I have no idea if we can kill whatever this is. This is kind of terrifying. Some big fire being that's been burning for like 700 years just popped out of a rock, and it's like, is it a baby?
Fucking hope so.
Do they like what? Do they grow up? Do they start? You know what?
That removes our initiative from our screens.
I can see the turn order, luckily, and it's pretty simple to remember. It goes Mikhail, Koa, Aldo, me. Cool. All right, so this is where you guys are, so you can see it on the map now.
Oh, why a shield? I did it on the second page, right?
So to apply a shield, actually, you wouldn't be able to do that while you're running, because that's actually a... You can draw your sword while you do it, but not a shield. Shield is what, a standard action to apply?
I don't know. I asked you if I could draw my sword and shield while I ran.
Oh, I said you can draw your sword.
You did say both. I was a little confused.
Pathfinder...
But it's normally a move action to equip your shield.
Dawn armor. So yeah, I was going to say it's either a move or standard to put on your shield. Where's Dawn?
Because I did ask about sword and shield.
You did.
Shield, yeah. It is one move action to put it on or to take it off.
Okay.
So to get all the way to where you are, you would just have drawn your sword. And then technically your next turn, you could both move up to the creature and put on your shield, but won't be able to take an action then.
Okay.
I can move my person out of the room now, right?
You can, yeah. 30 feet.
Right now I have more than 30 feet of movement.
No. Do
Yeah,
you?
I can double move.
Oh,
If I did
if you're going to double move, then yes. If you don't want to take an action, sure.
Oop.
Well, then down there, more or less, if you stop, you can go one more stop, and then you're standing underneath the crystal.
I can't go any further down, but yeah.
Yeah, there's like a closed door or something there.
Oh, okay, that's fine. You could
it's a
technically go
locked
one
door.
more down and be underneath the crystal, and then that also means you can go one or two more and be out of the hallway and straight up in the rest of the keep.
Yep.
Cool. So you're literally going to do that, go into the room with the wheels?
Yep.
Sir Robin. Okay. After that is going to be the creature's turn, who's going to spring into action, taking movements. Unfortunately for you, this creature has a pretty high speed. Let's see. Who actually chipped the crystal was, Keegan cast a spell and you ran away. Would it have noticed? Give me 1 second. I'm going to chase down Aldo. He moved. You moved 60. I can't get to you. I'm going to go for Mikhail. Because you moved 60, I can't get you. So I'm going to attack you, Mikhail.
Okay.
All right. Can I hit him? Did anybody give me daddy's dice? No. So I'll secret roll. Yes! 17 plus a number. I hit. Is what I'll say.
I don't know. There's a specific high number that doesn't hit me.
Yep. But this number does.
Damn.
So it is going to do two things to you. Number one, you're going to take 3 points of damage from me smashing you. And second of all, could you go ahead and make me a reflex save? I'll describe this whole thing in a moment. If you could roll low, that would be great. Thanks.
No,
that was not
I
low.
refuse.
That was the opposite of low. Would you like to re-roll that die?
Nah, I'm gonna
You're
keep
welcome.
that one.
We
the
would
lower.
like to bank the reroll though. Thank you for offering one.
No.
Appreciate
Well,
that,
it was
yeah.
a re-roll
Yeah.
for the lower.
We will bank that for later. Thank you, Scott.
Okay, for the lower.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We can agree on that.
We'll
Awesome.
bank it.
All right. So Keegan, what happens is this creature, the flame is at the brazier, it lurches out of the brazier. But the way it lurches out, it's almost like a slinky, how it springs up and hits to the ground. And then as it comes at you, it's almost like a rolling ball of fire. For somebody that's, not in the middle of rage, for somebody that's maybe not freaked out from the thing chasing it, for somebody that was kind of stepped to the side, removed from the combat, you'd be able to see, finer details, and your characters are likely able to do so. But it's like the center of the flame is rolling along the ground, and so that's what you guys do see. But on the sides, there's like small bits of flame itself reaching out like little tendrils of flame, grabbing the ground and pulling itself forward. Almost like the center part is a ball rolling and something's dragging this ball along to make it go quickly. And it gains speed, like incredible speeds very quickly. And then as it's getting closer, not as close as you expected it to before it like attacked at you, so a bit further away than you expected, the thing springs into the air and like, ah! As all of a sudden it springs into the air, and then the fire erupts larger and comes at you and smashes into you with more force than you expected. You expected like burning and whatnot to happen, and certainly there's a lot of heat to it, but there's a lot more force behind it than you expected, almost like the fire itself was solid. Hits you hard enough to knock you back into the wall behind you, which you can use to, catch your balance and stabilize yourself before being able to respond with whatever action you'd like.
Yeah, so he hits the wall. Oh shit! And then I'm gonna 5-foot step over here, as I see Koa's over here. I'm guessing it would be if I wanted to take out my water skin. There's a move action, right?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Because what I want to do is, since I see Koa's running up, I want to take the water skin out and splash all of the water out of it onto like his shield and like sword arm, like across his body as he's moving up.
You're gonna turn me into steamed yams.
Sure. Yeah. You can move action, draw your what's it called, and standard action get them wet.
Steamed hams?
Yeah.
Steamed hams was the...
Cool.
That's
Awesome.
a Simpsons thing.
And so that is your turn. In which case, after you, it goes to Koa. Koa, you're 10 feet between you and the creature. Sorry, 15 feet between you and the creature. And you are welcome to rush up and take a turn.
Well, I want to draw my shield, but that's my move, right?
If you draw your shield to move, you can still take a free 5-foot step, but then you're going to be removed from the creature. You won't be able to get up to reach it. If you did want to go aggressive as opposed to defensive, you can technically charge attack. Because you have 10, there's enough gap between the two of you guys.
But then I still wouldn't have my shield.
You would not have your shield. That a charge attack is a 4-round action. That's everything but your swift.
I am raging, so it kind of makes sense that Koa would charge in, then grab his shield later. But also, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not going to charge it. Let's do it. It's only with the cutlass, though. I don't have the greatsword out. I got the cutlass out.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you did. Well, and the cutlass is two-handable. It's like a scimitar.
It's one-handed.
It's a one-handed weapon.
Oh no, you're right. Yeah.
But a scimitar is not a light weapon. It's a one-handed weapon.
Yeah, it's one-handed.
You can two-hand it. Okay.
You can two-hand it. Yeah.
I don't know what that does because I don't think
it means you had strength and a half, and your strength is right now an 18 because you're raged.
Yeah.
So +6 instead of +4 damage, which is nice.
Do you have the cutlass on your sheet?
Also, if you power attack, it does more there too.
Yeah.
Okay. Does power attack take?
Power attack's a free action as part of an attack action.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Do I put two-handed power attack or one-handed if I'm two-handing the cutlass for now?
Two-handed if you're two-handing. It's just more damage without any penalty.
Okay. And then for a charge, is there a separate roll, or I still just roll a normal attack?
Normal attack. There's actually, technically speaking, I think. Do you have a charge buff on your thing? If not, don't worry about it. It's just +2 chance to hit, -2 AC.
Yeah.
All right. So 17 + 2 is a 19, which is a huge number. That's great. Are you happy with the 19? And then that damage we know is wrong. Wait, did you power attack?
That's with two-hand power attack. It's 1d6 +4 on the masterwork cutlass.
This is wrong.
It hasn't added the power attack in.
It is. Yeah, it didn't add the.
This didn't include the power attack. So because of your level, your chance to hit would be 1 less, but you got 2 more for raging. So sorry, 2 more for charging.
It's
so
normally a
+7.
Well, hold on. Let me take off rage and power attack and tell you what the numbers are. By default, cutlass is a +5. Raging is a +7. Two-hand power attack, it goes down to a +6.
Yep.
But the damage is not changing when I put on power attack on the cutlass specifically.
Let me look at it.
That's
No. It should. It still should. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's staying 1d6 +4.
Huh.
Power attack. 2-hand power attack. Let me look. It's -+3 to melee damage. Okay. Let me look at how this weapon is set up. Cutlass. Martial, one-handed. Oh, maybe because it's categories one. No, because categories no.
I tried the regular power attack too, and it also didn't affect it.
Damage is 1d6. So hold on. If I come back up here to the buffs, and let's say I click two-handed power attack, it increases the damage on your greatsword. And if I do one-handed power attack, it increases it for your shield and your greatsword, but not the cutlass. What is set up incorrectly on the cutlass that it's not working this way? Give me 1 second. Anticlimactic, but super important. So range, melee, but that's text, so it doesn't matter. So it's martial, one-handed, two-handed, that doesn't matter. Attack is melee, Damage is strength, strength two-handed. Why are you not working?
Yeah, but
Melee.
Can
melee.
you paste the buff in the Discord?
No, the buff is correct.
It is? Okay.
Yeah, 100%. It's +3 melee to damage.
It's working on all the other weapons except the javelin's not showing
+3 to
it.
melee damage.
The javelin probably isn't supposed to show it, but the cutlass is also not showing.
+3 to melee damage. So it absolutely should be working because this is set as melee. It makes no sense that it's not working.
I've had it be weird. Sometimes if you just change it, I think, to just damage, it gets less wonky, but
no, look at this. Even if I change the damage, no. Oh, Keegan, let me reiterate. You don't want +3 to all damage because you don't want it to affect ranged weapons by accident. And it is set as a melee attack, which is a attack modifier, kind of a token, if you will, on it. And then the damage is set by strength, not two-handed, not offhanded, just regular strength. Everything else is affected correctly. It's just the cutlass that's not, which makes me think maybe because we have parentheses inside the cutlass.
That might be it. Is there a manual plus anywhere in the numbers of the cutlass? You have to put manual minuses,
there is
but
a
if you have manual
+1 chance to hit because it's masterwork, but again, the chance to hit is affected correctly.
Okay, I was gonna say if you didn't type a plus sign, then that should still work fine.
No, nothing like that.
Yeah.
No. And again, that's not even
weird.
damage. We're talking about the chance to hit has the special item, not the damage. This is weird.
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to do, Wade? I'm going to recreate your cutlass for you real quick. New cutlass. All right, category, doesn't matter. So chance to hit is +1 because we know it's MW. Damage is supposed to be 1d6. Damage is set by strength. No mods. This is slashing. So all that is here. This is great. Everything's good. So if I shrink everything, shrink. And now if I apply power attack applies to the new one, but not the old one.
Okay.
And two-handed power attack applies to the new one, but not the old one. There's something about the old one. There's something inside of its name, or somehow it's embedded in here that it doesn't work. I don't know why that is, so we're just going to delete it.
It's weird that the chance to hit was affected, but not the damage.
It is weird, but I'm just going to go ahead and finish editing this. And sorry, chat, that was super exciting for everybody. If you're on YouTube, hopefully you fast forwarded. All right, so now let's go ahead and put two-hand power attack back on there. It's functioning fine. Now let's go ahead and add rage back on there. Okay, and I guess for S and G's, go ahead and re-roll so it has all the math correct for you.
Okay, I mean, if you want to keep the damage, it would just be 9 plus the damage.
No, you can feel free to do the whole re-roll. It's fine. Or keep everything as it is. Hey, this is that re-roll option, eh? All right.
Oh, I like that better. That's a 10 instead of a 9.
Yeah, actually, both chance to hit and damage are one higher than would have been otherwise. Perfect. Okay. Give me a second now to look at something else because you were doing that. Cool. So you come at this thing with your sword. So your Koa rages, as previously stated, and he's rushing forward, so on and so forth, to attack this thing. But as he's rushing forward, he does notice something as he rushes at the thing and swings at it with all of his might with his sword. And unfortunately, his blade passes through it. Does absolutely nothing, passes through it. And he's like, spins on his heel for a second and looks confused, like, shit. But despite the fact that he is, in the rage, something catches his eye. Again, he has low light vision, so he can see a little bit better than those around him. There's a small glint somewhere embedded inside the flame that he sees as the flame itself is dancing around and getting ready to lurch and jump. And so when he sees that little glint, Koa just instinctively knows to go for it, and just clenching up and getting all of his muscles like prepped, winding up with all the strength he has. He baseball bats at that little glint he sees as hard as he can and shatters it inside of the flame. And by the time the sword comes to a stop at the other side of his massive swing, the flame is completely dispersed. It's nowhere in sight in front of him.
So does he do like a double pirouette? Is he like, whoa, there it is?
It's up to you, man. It's your character. Feel free to prance if you'd like. You can prance if you want to. Leave your friends
So
behind?
it's just completely gone?
Disperse.
Then yes, I want it to look as silly as possible. He charges in and swings as hard as he can with this like smaller than his greatsword weapon. Misses, like turns about, like looks at Mikhail almost as he spins, like confused, and then like with the flatter side of the sword just hits the thing and it disappears. And he kind of like falls forward a little bit, and then just is standing there like taking in a deep breath. Look, I don't know, from behind probably just like looks like he's taking a deep breath. I'll fall out of rage, I suppose.
Cool. And so,
You did it.
Like I said, deep breath. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
You did it.
It had the crystal was the. I could only hit the crystal.
Aldo, it's gone.
See Aldo peek from around the corner.
Just like motion to where like there's nothing. Koa hit the crystal and that was still in it and it's gone. Ow.
If I look for the crystal, Scott, is it still lying around?
It is. Oh, haha, we're on the wrong overlay. That's hilarious. If somebody told me in chat I was not paying attention because I was too busy doing combat. We were on the wrong overlay that entire time. That's hilarious. So if you peek around the corner, what was that?
No, do I see the crystal lying around?
Roll me a perception check. Yeah, with your 12 total, you don't see any remaining crystal or anything like that around. It's just a dissipated flame, so you can't even see anything.
I don't see if the. Oh, I should have been fatigued for that too. I didn't put fatigue on.
It doesn't affect that skill. That's why I didn't say anything.
Anything. I don't see the
Yeah,
crystal, but I know I saw it.
Yeah, you probably shattered it with that swing. That's probably what we needed. Well, he wasn't kidding about one of them dropping once and it producing an elemental creature. Those things kind of pack a little bit of a punch, honestly. I'm surprised it didn't burn me.
What happened exactly?
Well, we figured out there was a crystal in there, but it was obviously harder to get out than we thought it would be. I think maybe Aldo made a mistake. It was easy to do.
Maybe.
It was actually embedded in there.
What did he say? Can we use one of these?
He was tired and his memory was failing him to some extent, but he believes he doesn't think the element necessarily matters so much, but a crystal needs to be able to contain the whatever's on the door, whatever spell or magic that is. So it would have to be a decent size, quality cut, so on and so forth. And none of them are as big as this one, but Gemsmith is cutting a similar gem for me in the Shev, which I believe would be a better cut. Unless there's be a specific one, he was unsure about that, but it would be a cut in better quality. Size, however, is smaller.
That might be better than trying to fish one of these out. That one was only...
Yeah, but what's to say that one has
centimeter?
a thing in it? One of those. Just be crystal.
Oh, yeah. Wait, does it need a thing in it, or does it need to be able to hold one?
I assumed it needed something in it. But
Well, he said the element inside wouldn't matter, but I assume he still assumed there would be. I assumed he assumed? Yes. That there would still be something in the crystal. I don't think he meant an empty crystal. Maybe an empty crystal would work. I don't. He was very tired and weak, and he said that perhaps he needed more information. So we may need to delve into the books a bit further, or go to another keep. Maybe that will help him. But
Well,
he seemed a bit perplexed by the question. I wouldn't.
We
fully
did find-
trust that response.
Oh, yeah. We did find all those papers that we're talking about how to cut them properly and all of that. Maybe I didn't examine them fully. They might have some information on how to infuse them as well. So, if we can figure that out, then it's probably better to use the gem he's cutting. These are tiny.
He was confident that one of the documents in that room, at least at one time, may have contained the information we need. But, if your magic can't make them safe to mess with, then we might need a more powerful spell before we can interact with those books and documents. But he thought maybe, again, with us knowing more, it would unlock more of his memories, and perhaps if he's read through it, it would return to him. But if there's any way to restore any of the books in there or papers in there, that was
worth a shot.
Chance he had.
Yeah, it's worth a shot.
The thing is, getting in here. We have a way out now, but it's kind of rapidly deteriorating. I wouldn't like to have to go through house again, except for like the last time, you know what I mean? I wouldn't want to come back in here to have to get another crystal to then go over to the other place. It's just, increasing chance for detection.
Well, we can't break the stone door very easily now. We'd have to chisel it away, but
so it seems like we might want to leave the crystal then. That way the next time we come through will be to hopefully be breaking this curse, and then we can just take it with us if we still need it.
Well, I was thinking more of maybe trying to take one of the other ones again.
I think so.
But, I mean, if it doesn't matter what element is in it, and it ends up turning out we can use it, then we wouldn't have to come back here to get one.
Again, the quality of the gem, along with cut and size, may matter. So we'd have to get lucky and remove one that. I don't know if one of these things means more than the others. That's just what he said. He thinks that the one in here would probably work, but the specifics as to what was more important, it was unclear. And we do have a gem in Leshev. I just don't know if it has anything bound.
It's probably not infused, but I guess we don't know.
How do you,
Scott? Can I look over the papers I got on how these are cut to see if it does mention on how to infuse them properly?
The papers you're referencing are papers that I mentioned off stream after the session ended, saying when you guys have time to look at those papers. So you have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, I thought it was mentioned that we had to cut them when we were in the room.
I'm Ollie.
My bad.
Nope. I'm Ollie.
My bad.
I was like, when you guys finally get to them, but that was post-stream chatter. Because I was assumed you guys.
Well, I would be.
We ended the stream.
I would be looking at them now.
You guys walk out the grate. You know what I mean? But then we rewound it like a good bit.
I would be looking at them now anyway, though, because I know I got them from that room. Not like all the way through them, just like glancing to see.
You know that you have sealed scroll cases from the library upstairs. I don't know if you'd be opening those here and now.
The library? Didn't I find some in the tool room? Or is that just the tools?
In the tool room, you found tools.
That was just tools?
Yeah. You found some basic details, but not the extent, yeah.
Okay.
Peeking your mic is just a little bit peaky, apparently.
Is it for you guys? It doesn't.
Once in a while, it gets a little bit loud, but it's not too bad.
Yeah.
But apparently,
I think maybe I'm just not sensitive to it, so I don't notice, or maybe I'm not listening well enough.
Younger man's ears can hear it.
That's fair.
Oh, okay.
It's not terrible for me, but I don't know what it's like for chat. It was not harsh for me, but apparently it's picking up harder for that.
Theoretically, they hear what I hear because it just gets kind of like fed.
Yeah, but like 30 years younger.
So wait,
did it change? Is it
so
bad
they're
now?
9 years old? Chad, are you 9 years old? Don't answer that question.
To watch us? Yeah, don't answer that question.
Don't answer that question.
Yeah, definitely don't.
But mentally, they did choose to watch us, so like,
yeah,
you have to wonder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did it change? Is it okay now?
If anything, I think you're louder.
Yeah, you're louder, but not.
But am I peaking?
I don't know. As looking around the corner, maybe. Sorry, I tried. It was bad. I own it.
As long as you acknowledge it.
I mean, you could try to peak it. Just everyone watch your ears.
No. He didn't get an octave lower. That's just his natural voice. He's just too much man for this.
Why would turning the gain down get you louder?
I didn't even turn the gain down. I switched it to the digital input thing.
Oh, okay.
Since that has a.
I would say you could potentially lower your gain a tiny bit because you're booming a little bit.
All right. I have to walk around my desk to do that, so I'll be right back. The NVIDIA broadcast audio instead of the direct.
My concern is that if you do get loud or excited with how loud you are right now, that could potentially be painful.
Yeah, I gotcha. All right. So yeah, Mikhail's just thinking right now, and I'll be right back.
Yep. As Mikhail ponders, we'll turn and say, "Hi, Vesper, the high person whose name I can't read because I'm terrible at reading." Back to game. So
you have terrible eyes, terrible ears. It's getting really sad.
Listen, I'm a dad. I don't sleep right now, but soon I will be.
I know. Questionable decision making all over the place.
Yeah. You hear that, chat? If you want to procreate, you can be just like me. All right, back to you. You are where were we? You are sitting there like looking around for the dust. You don't see it. You guys are chatting. Do you want to stay here? Do you want to try to grab another crystal? Like, what's the plan?
I know we're not trained for this, but if I pull out whoever's got the other gems and crystals, if we look at the ones that we've gotten from here, do any of them look either comparable or better quality or cut than the one that has the wind in it?
So they're all significantly smaller. Beyond that, you don't know quality or cut well enough to make that kind of assessment. To you, there's shiny rocks that are worth money. You know, one's bigger than the others.
I've seen some decent quality gems at this point. So.
Sure, but you don't. But when you talk about quality of cut, it's about the symmetry of the stone, top to bottom, left to right.
That's fair.
It's about like the facets, how evenly and how well placed they are.
Quality of a gem is a little bit easier, I think, than that. Sometimes,
if you can see it with the naked eye. But so something like So let's say, for instance, you went to a jewelry store nowadays. Most of the time, unless you're at like a local jewelry store, if you're at a corporate place, most of the emeralds you see are these like incredibly clear emeralds because they're like lab created. They're not real. Whereas like natural emeralds almost look like somebody spilled milk inside of them, right? Because there's significantly.
I personally think lab created is just fine, but
I'm not knocking whether you want one or the other.
You just call them not real, so.
Well, okay, they're not natural. Whatever. So you can't.
Former jeweler speaking. All right, we know how you feel.
You can
Scrooge McDuck.
You can get emeralds of that clarity and color and what have you, especially out of Colombia. I'll tell you right now, they're expensive. They're like, instead of spending $50 for them, you're spending $50,000 for them. But either way, so with the difference being one was like more milky and so on and so forth. Then there's going to be like inclusions like, you know, dark spots or like feathers or whatever inside there. Those are the kinds of things that you're not going to be able to see very easily. Not with the naked eye.
Sure.
You don't have a loop. You don't have even a magnifying glass. Or anything
I'm just asking if there's anything I can look at where I'm like, this looks closer to this than this one does.
Unfortunately, you don't have the equipment to even be able to make those assessments. Equipment or training, so on and so forth.
Yeah, those I do lack.
Yeah. So it is literally, one significantly
Koa
bigger.
will still look at them. He's looking at them to see what he notices. Well, after looking at the different gems that we have, I can tell you that they're slightly different than one another.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm good at this.
They all have different skills. I did think of one thing that's a little concerning now that I'm considering trying to get another one of these burning ones out. They're currently expelling flame in a controlled space. we take them out of there. I don't know if they're... I assume they're going to stop just like the wind one did. Once it was out of that space, it had to move back into the little hover spot to start
what if we put
and
one
scotting.
of those fire ones into the spot where the wind crystal is and then turn the thing?
I do not want to find out because I do not want to be burned like that.
Yeah.
I wonder if it works the same way, though.
Would one suck in flames specifically?
Guess it could.
What if
I
it
just
sucks the
don't-
warmth out of our bodies and leaves us cold husks?
I wouldn't be in the room for that, personally.
No, but I wouldn't want the
I don't know
fire
if it
in my
works the same
heart
way.
to burn out like such a way where a stone simply takes it out of me. I'd much rather go down in the... Is that the metaphoric fire, or do we have fire in us?
I don't
fire.
think that's how it works. Otherwise, the air one might just steal the breath out of your lungs. You know what I mean? Probably doesn't work that way.
If I stood in there long enough, it might have. It was a powerful suction. And conversely, the other one put a lot of air into my lungs. So it only makes sense. But
Well, if it works similarly to that one, then once it gets out of the socket, it should stop spitting flames everywhere. But
imagine if
probably
such a thing
remove
were
it very
portable.
carefully.
If they had like the boulder in the other place, but they had one of those crystals in it and it rolled and just spewed flames or something.
Then rather not.
Yeah. What about? Do we have any other? Do we know what color this crystal is? When you were looking at it from the bottom and you could see, did it have a color?
I think they do have a color. Scott, you didn't ever tell us what color they are, just that they're the same color as the other one.
I did describe it beforehand. It is the reddish kind of orange color to them. So it's just like a burnt orange color, but like the colors aren't consistent. If you've ever seen like opals in real life, like fire opals or like black opals, so on and so forth. And I don't mean the opalescence that you get off of them, like the sheen. I mean the actual stone itself can have multiple like background colors that the opalescence comes off of, right? And so it's going to be like that, where it is a blend of like an orange and a red, but the base being closer to like say a burnt orange. It's a pretty cool looking stone overall. Like it's fun, the fact that it's not set in one solid color. But more importantly, to get to what you were talking about beforehand, when it had the fire kind of like pulsing through it. So like when the fire was actually raised off of it, not looking at one of the ones that you picked up in the room down the hallway beforehand, the color to it was more pale. So it was almost like I shouldn't say pale, more washed out. So it was like the color wasn't as rich.
Desaturated.
Yeah, desaturated. Thank you. That's a way better description.
Yeah.
It was desaturated as the flame was coming off of it.
So we don't have any that fit that color spectrum at all?
You do. You actually do have a small stone. Like I said, Wade had found one before. And because it's very similar to the one that is held by Gemsmith right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't have it on us, though? Or we do have one on us?
We do.
Okay. I wonder if a way we could test it is if I could mess around with one of these braziers that we could put it in there and see if anything happened while being easy to get back out.
Well, we just cleared one of them out. It's probably still hot, but it's empty.
I mean, we could try that, or I could just try and take another one out, but I mean, it looked like it hurt. He says, looking at you.
It did. I mean, I'm okay. Just wouldn't want to deal with that several more times.
I'm a bit confused as well. If the crystals are just crystals and they bind these things to them, we saw what happens when what happened. You guys chipped one or cracked one.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't free it. It was still combined. Whenever the crystal, I shattered the crystal with the sword. That's what stopped it. It didn't exist without the crystal, even though they were, at one point in theory, two separate entities. Yes, shouldn't it? You're breaking free of the crystal have freed it from it entirely, or?
I mean, I guess
That's
not.
beyond me.
It must still be. I don't know. They're connected still, clearly. I mean, if it was inside it, I don't really know the specifics. I'd have to study it.
We should try to find the remnants of that crystal. I looked and I didn't see it. Perhaps you two would have better luck, but maybe.
I can take a look, but
I think so. I don't know. Maybe part of it survived. I don't know how hardy these are. To be fair, I wasn't even intentionally aiming for the crystal at first. I swung and kind of passed through it in a way I didn't expect, and then on rebound I made a collision with it. But I just assume it's shattered. I don't really know.
Oh man, I threw all my good water all over you too. Did it help? You didn't get burned, did you?
I got wet.
Better than burned.
I suppose. I mean, we go back to the Dryad area and get some more water.
I might have to. But yeah, I'll take a look around and see if I find the crystal. If you want to try putting the other crystal we found in here in that brazier we just emptied, I mean that we'll learn something.
What is putting something that sucks or blows a lot of wind into something meant to contain fire?
No. Not the active crystal. The one we found, the small one we found.
Oh, that's a much better idea.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Just know that if something horrible happens, then find the crystal inside and break it. That's what stops it.
Yeah. I'll try to aim for that, I guess.
All right, well, Koa, you want to come with me then?
No, but I will.
Thank you.
I'm going to look around where Koa was pointing to see if I can find the crystal he smacked.
Sure. Why don't you go ahead and make a perception check?
If it helps, I'm gonna be taking my time since I know they're gonna be busy. So.
You mean you want to like spend 2 minutes and take a 20?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. What is your result if you take a 20?
That should be, I think, a 26. Yeah, 26.
Cool. Let's go to the other two. What are you guys doing?
I'm going to go over to the brazier that we just cracked the crystal in before.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at it, it's obviously there's no flame in it anymore. Is there any crystal or anything in that embedded in that part?
Yep, it's the shattered crystal. It shattered something fierce. I left behind a small amount of like powder, if you will. Not even shards, just like powder that you can see because you have the lamp with you, right? So even though you don't need the lamp in this area, as soon as whoever it is that's holding the lamp, we'll assume it's Koa because he walked down the hallway. So as soon as Koa like walks in behind you or whatever and shines the lamp in this direction, you can see a little bit of like reflective sparkle light coming off of it. So it seems as though the exploded crystal had left behind a powdered, dust. It's not just in the brazier either. It's like it's around. Like when you drop like a glass and it shatters, it goes everywhere. Or like 15 feet away, you find pieces like that, like it's shattered.
Yeah, right. Well, clear the dust from that part where it was holding it.
Like try to collect some.
Nope.
Oh, okay, just clean it out. Cool.
Just clear it. Yep. And I'm going to try and make it so when I put another stone in, it's easy to get out.
Oh yeah. You don't even necessarily have to put the what are they called? Prongs in place. You can just like break away that one prong that was giving you the issue. There's only one prong left there, and just kind of like slide it in, so it's just like pinned down by the one prong. And you're gonna take the other stone that is of the similar style, not fully done being cut or whatever, but of the similar style to these others, right? There's like orangish reddish one.
Yep.
Cool. So you go ahead and you grab that stone, you slide it in place.
Yep.
Nothing happens?
Nothing happens.
Koa's like holding a water skin in one hand, a shield in the other.
I don't think there's anything in this one.
Did you put it in, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Uh,
Well, that was a anticlimactic, I suppose. We try a different stone and just assume it's a loss.
Is there symbols on this again? There was, wasn't there, Scott?
There are.
Do we know what they were?
They were similar to the ones that you had seen around the well that made it so that the flames or whatever wouldn't be able to leave the brazier.
Yeah. I don't know if that's good information to have. Yeah, let's try some of the others. So I'm just gonna try other stones or crystals. If anything happens.
Not even all
Well,
of them fit.
Can he tell? I guess Koa would ask. Do you feel like the brazier's almost pulling the stone into place, like the spot for the other crystal, or?
No. I mean, I can try again and try and get one of the other ones out, but it's difficult.
Well, then we know what the risk is. We may wish that we had them in the future, so we might not want to mess with it again right now.
Yeah. Well, let's hope we find another one of these crystals then, because like I said, we'd have to come back in here through the mansion just to get a crystal to then go back over to the other keep, and then when we wanted to come back into this keep, we'd have to go through the mansion again. And yeah.
Perhaps we should sell the estate and the Chev and just buy that house to make it easier.
I think this house is worth a lot more than our estate in the Chev.
Well, maybe we learn more about whoever owns it, and we can have a conversation with them, and maybe they'll be understanding. I don't know.
The council woman, you think so?
We have some counselors on our side and some who don't like us other places. I guess we don't really know till we try, right?
Yeah, well, if I was a betting man, and which I am, I would bet that the council here seems to be under the control of the what was it, the Greyrisses? So they don't really like us much. So I'm willing to bet the other councillors aren't willing to rock the boat.
Well, the other alternative is we find a way to chisel through the stone. Unfortunately, the potion wore off. I can no longer pass through and just destroy it. But
I know, and
we
that's
may
the
need
issue.
that to be sealed.
We'll have to. It'll seal itself up anyway, right?
Well, I mean,
It's
if we
just-
destroy it to get in from that direction.
Destroy what? The stone door?
Yes, that's the only other way in. We might not want to do that,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying, because we might need that door to be in
No,
place.
I don't.
That is our
I
only
don't
other
think
option.
I don't think we should do that.
Well, there is one alternative, and that's the sewer. We know there's a crack where that ooze was leaking. That could potentially be a way in, but I don't particularly like the idea of going in that way.
No, and if we're wanting to direct this ooze or whatever it is anywhere, we probably shouldn't be opening up holes in places that shouldn't be.
So either
Which
breaking
leaves
in or making
the one
friends are-
entrance, really.
Those are our only two options then. Breaking in or
I
making
guarantee you,
friends.
Koa, making friends isn't helping us here.
I'm immensely
That
likable.
council. Yeah, but you're also very much disliked by certain people.
We found a guard that was sympathetic. Maybe a counselor would be too if they didn't have to do it publicly. Like, again, I'm not saying we should go that route right away, but we're gonna have to figure it out.
I would prefer to break into this place 30 times over than potentially completely ruin it by trying to befriend a counselor from a city that seems to be governed by people that aren't our biggest fans.
Well, then either Beltran's going to become more of a priority, or else we're going to have to make sure that we visit enough keeps that whenever it comes time to break the curses, we know that just coming in here one more time will do it.
Okay, well, asking you right now, do you think we should try and remove another one of those crystals? Are you a yes or a no?
I don't think so. We don't even know if they're the right quality to do what we need to do. We don't know enough information. I think we wait until we get more information.
Okay. Well, seeing as you're the one in the direct line of fire, as it is, I will take your lead, and we'll leave it. I think we should, like you said, maybe hit another keep, try and get some more books or something, give us some direction.
Yes, and perhaps there's information in the books that will help us too.
Yeah, could be. All right. Well, let's get out of here then. Yeah.
I'm ready to leave. I think I've had my fill. Sewers and ooze and fire.
All right. I'll head out.
With the 26 or whatever was reception check, it didn't just take 2 minutes because you had to search more than just like one area to search around a bunch.
Yeah.
You're able to find, searching everywhere as best you can, a single fleck of the crystal. And when I say a single fleck, it's like if you ever picked up like a grain of sand or a grain of like not rock salt, so like almost like a crushed Himalayan salt, like a small piece, not iodized salt, which is but you know what I mean. Yeah. So like a single fleck is all you could find, and it took several minutes to a few minutes I should say before you found that, and you kept looking around, and it was, even now that you know what you're looking for, you found no others. So they're like talking about heading out or whatever. You finally at this point you hear them say that you can push yourself up off the ground or wherever it was you were looking, and kind of like give up at this point, and
Okay, after all that, I found a tiny little fleck of this crystal left. Like, holds it up.
Oddly enough, there was how would you describe it, Aldo? Like a residue or something still in the brazier?
No, more like a dust.
Like of the crystal?
Presumably.
Huh. So maybe part of it was still in the being and the rest of it was still in the... or exploded? I don't know.
This is beyond my comprehension. I don't understand magic, much less ancient magic of containing otherworldly creatures and gems. This is all madness to me, so I don't know. I have no ideas.
I'm not even sure it's that important right now, to be honest with you. Just kind of throws the little fleck down on the floor.
Aldo did offer to get another crystal from one of the braziers, but I thought maybe it wasn't such a good idea now since we don't even know for sure what would work. But if you disagree, I suppose now's the time to have that conversation before we leave.
Not particularly. I mean, it could be useful. We would find out if they do turn off once they're removed from their slot, and then we could experiment with it. But I don't know. I'm not sure even what we'd find out now that would change much at this point, other than risking breaking all of them and not having any access to them. So I think it's fine. Did you want me to try mending any of the books in the elder room?
You're welcome to try. I thought you said that wouldn't be strong enough to stop them from crumbling.
Could I have to look. There might be some that it'll work on. If the ink is like missing or something like that, it won't restore that. So they may need further work, but at the very least they'll be a little sturdier.
He'll like motion down the hall like after you.
Well, I'll head down there. So we're going back to the elder room. I don't know. Is there anything on any of the books where I can see like a title or anything? that would make them of more interest to try mending?
Roll me a perception check. No, it feels off. Roll me an appraise check.
Me appraise.
Dude,
Ooh,
What the fuck?
nice, man.
are you happy with
20s
your
for you.
26, or do you want to see if you could push for that 30?
I don't think I'm going to get a 30, but I kind of want to go for it. Fuck.
Got a
We know we have
27.
2 luck. We know we have 2 luck.
Oh, maybe you can get a hero point. No. So you
Okay, that is too soon, dude.
oh yeah. Oh no. I just remember what
That is
happened
not-
with that too. Oh.
Yeah.
All right, moving on. That sucked. I felt bad for Snog on that one. All right, back to you. So, yeah, looking around, trying to see if there's anything that it's not necessarily that mending is going to do much work. The simple fact of the matter is these are rotted in a way that mending, maybe if it's split apart, you'd be able to like rebind its nasty split back together. Just hope that the rot doesn't ruin it even more. You know, like you're just kind of trying to fix most of the damage you'll do to it from looking at it. So unfortunately, you're not sure mending will help. But, and looking over the books, the titles that you can read and so on and so forth, trying to see if there are any details here that might be of assistance to you. One of them that does kind of stand out is there is one in here that is labeled, it's not this exact word. You know, the word is, it takes you a few moments to like translate close enough equivalence as far as you understand it, because it's not even just classic Tall. Again, it's that like dialects they use for their magics, which isn't their speaking version of the language. So it takes you a few moments to like, you know, decide whatever it is, but you're pretty sure it translates effectively to binding or other binding, so on and so forth. There's a book here that you think might pertain to the details that you're looking at. You maybe don't want to worry about mending on it, but if there was a book to gamble looking through, especially now, or take it with you and look at it later, however you want to do it, this is the one. This is the book that's worth doing so.
Why would mending be bad?
It's not that mending's bad, it's that mending might not do anything.
Yeah.
Mending's just it has limitations. It's repair, like physical damage, not rot. You know, just like again, there's the description here beforehand, just like the spell Raise Dead, it brings people back from the dead unless they died of natural causes. You know?
Yeah.
And what a DM could argue dying of a disease is a natural cause. You know, that is kind of a conversation for a different day, but either way.
Okay. Yeah, he'll point it out and say, I think this one actually has to do with how to bind these crystals with elements. It's definitely in bad shape. I don't think mending is the right tool for the job here. It looks like it's just time-worn, rotted away. It wasn't damaged or anything that mending will actually fix.
Well, do you know
I mean, I
someone
could
who
try it.
who can
I just don't
fix
think
it?
it'll do much. I mean, if we manage to transport it without damaging it, which would be tough, and maybe if I could get it all the way back to the conservatory, then I know some people, but no one here, especially not here.
Not even the one who runs the magical hotel?
Maybe, but I don't know what his full capabilities are. Even if he's a classically trained illusionist, this still may not be his area of expertise.
Well, I will trust your judgment then on what to do with it, whether we remove it or leave it or try to look at it.
Scott, so I would know, or Sir Mikhail would know. I just blanking on it because. But what's the what is the opposing for illusion? Is it transmutation?
Illusion, the opposite is actually necromancy.
Is necromancy, and then there's always like the opposite when there's the other two that are weaker.
Mm-hmm.
Mending is transmutation, and so is make whole.
So I'm sorry, mending is transmutation. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
Give me 2 seconds.
And I know make whole is also.
Pull it up. Oh. Many points in time in my life, I have memorized this. Right now is not one of those times.
I've never memorized it. So
magics. What'd you say, sir?
I said I've never memorized it. Did I make my shit too quiet?
Did you say
No,
did you say
good.
transmutation, sir?
Okay.
Just a Scott problem.
Yeah.
Opposite of transmutation is abjuration.
Oh. Okay. You'll say I mean, I'm just guessing that he's an illusionist, given what I've seen. He might know something. Then again, he might not want to get involved.
I don't know. Just
to get involved, though. I mean, so far as he
didn't-
knows, we just want a book restored.
True. He's gonna ask for money.
Probably.
And that would be, I mean, moving it now even is a risk. I mean, there's some spells that, no, I don't know, that can help protect books. I've just never had cause to learn them.
I don't know. Maybe this is the same as the crystal. We just leave them be and worry about it later.
We do know it's here, and I don't think we're going to be doing any binding on the run.
Yeah. If we find a book restorer or something, then I guess we'll have an inroad to get that fixed. But I'm pretty sure that'll tell us how to actually infuse these crystals properly, which solves our other problem of only having an uninfused crystal, potentially.
Yes, and we don't know what the one that Gemsmith's looking at. We don't know if it has anything or not, but the ones that Aldo has appear to not be.
Yeah. I still don't know if there's a way to tell. Maybe Detect Magic could do it. We do have one scroll of that, so I don't really want to waste it on guesswork. I'd rather save it for if we absolutely need to know.
Right.
So maybe
Well,
I'll
maybe
save it
the
for
Elder will
whenever he's
remember
done
once
cutting
we're in
that.
another keep or two. Perhaps he'll have some more insight.
Oh, maybe, yeah. But worst comes to worst, I can use it once Gemsmith is done cutting that one, and we'll know for sure if it's infused. I have a feeling it's not.
Well, without further ado, then, should we finally get out of here?
We should.
Yeah, I think so.
If we want to take another couple of days in town, I know, well, we said that we'd take Gwen over to the, and Ashanti over to the den, and we wanted to look in the hidden compartment at the plane fountain thing.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that, of course. Yeah, we still need to do that.
And then it's a matter of whether or not we need to hurry
well-
over to Drazstone or not, because we did promise we'd return in the spring.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I do wonder
the spring's
how-
still got time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sure.
I do need to go back to Leshev though. Not for long, but my crossbow should be back by now.
I have a sword being worked on over there.
Oh, yeah. I don't mind swinging by Leshev.
Oh, the auction too. What was the auction?
Yeah, we have the auction. We have Drazstone. There's a keep over there in the forest, which my feet hurt just remembering. But
Right.
Yeah.
The
I'd
Twisted
also like to
Grove.
get up to the Free Folk and perhaps through Varen. But if we're going to visit 2 or 3 more keeps, I mean, we could visit that one too. The more we visit, the more the Elder seems
Well,
to...
we know where that one is too, so it's just a matter of how we get to it.
We know where a few are. I mean, the ones closest to the Free Folk, we're close to the easternmost one from here. We are, if we go all the way to Leshev. And the one on the west, which I think is Wraithblade. would be a little closer to Leshev.
Another awkward question. Can we afford passage back to Leshev?
Forgot how much that cost.
The last time we put on a bit of a show, we could get lucky and find a captain who admires our work, or
how much was it again?
last time I don't think we paid to get back from Leshev. I don't remember what we paid to get to Leshev. That was so long ago.
Well, it's not more than a gold, right? For all of us.
I don't think so.
We should be fine
A
then.
gold?
To get all of us and the horses and stuff back to
Oh,
Leshev.
because the horses
I don't
are.
remember.
You guys
Yeah,
can always
we have
ride
a-
there. You know, to.
That's true. We could.
I mean,
Yeah,
not
but
winter.
that'll take longer.
it will take longer, but like it's also effectively free. You know.
Yeah, and it's not winter. So-
The crazy cost is because the horses. If it was just you guys passing, you know, it'd probably be a silver each or whatever, maybe 2 silver each. But once you're out in the horses, that's a whole complication. They're large. They take up a ton of space. If a horse freaks out, it can either die, and I have this big dead thing. And is the ship even one that's designed to carry it? And is it going to break the wood by kicking? And I don't know. Horses cause complications. So if you ride, no problem. If you bring a horse, it does get expensive.
How expensive is it? Expensive.
I mean, if you were to guess, you'd have to go and see what you can find, who you can convince, if there's any ships that are willing to take a horse, so on and so forth. But gold, easily, maybe even 2 gold, because horses are just pricey to transport. That's why beforehand you've always had somebody else that kind of covered the cost for you. You know what I mean?
Right. Pockets are a bit light, so either we have to sell a few more things, or I guess we're riding.
No, the other question: Are we? So we're leaving the crystal here, the wind crystal.
I think for now we are, because we don't even know when we're going back to that keep.
Okay, good. Then we're in agreement.
All right, so we're going over to after we rest tonight. We're going to what? Jurda's Crack tomorrow.
If Gwen and Ashanti are available, then sure.
All right. Well, I'm kind of sick of being in here. Are we ready to leave?
Definitely.
Yes. Did you get your water, Mikhail?
Shit. Go all the way back to get water.
I like the idea that literally you guys once again have the door opened up, and you're about to walk out, and like literally as you guys are walking out into like the sewer area, it's like, oh, did you get that water, Mikhail? And then he's not going to go by himself, especially now that he knows that one, he has to disarm himself to get in there, and then two, he has to go by with these crystals that can explode and attack him. So it's gonna be like, it's gonna be like, can you come with me? You don't have to go in. Just stay in the hallway. Like,
Yeah, I'll fill up your water skin.
Anyways, so you guys go back, and maybe not Aldo. Maybe he just sits here in the open room. I'll keep an eye on the open door. And you guys go back and fill up water skin. You don't see anything different than the first time you passed through. Sans, there is one less lit brazier on the way, and eventually you get the water. You come back, and you guys can head out.
Wait. There were unlit braziers that weren't kicked over, right?
Correct. Yeah, only one was kicked over. Yep.
If I check the inside of one of the
We did all
unlit
that
ones,
beforehand.
did we check the inside of the unlit ones too? Okay. Okay, cool. Then we're good.
Cool. So, you guys are any additional conversation making your way out of the sewer area, or just snap forward till you get to the grate?
Thanks, Snap.
Nothing for me. Yeah.
Awesome. You guys can go ahead and make me a perception check real quick. With the rope and everything set up there, and each other able to help yourself, there's no harm. So there's no complexity or whatever in climbing into and out of the hole or whatever to get here. Keegan, you have a 17. Are you happy with that, or do you want to modify it? I'll be clear. It's as you're leaving the place that you're making the perception check. So it's literally as you've already come to the end of the tunnel, and you're going through the great area. It's now when you're making the perception check.
I think I'm just gonna leave
Rolling.
it.
No, rolling. Yeah.
Ooh,
Okay.
all right. That's worth it.
You've noticed that the hole that you're climbing into and out of has absolutely continued to decay and collapse. It has gotten thinner. However, you got a 21. So while that's true while that's certainly true, it seems to be happening unevenly. It seems to be happening at a not even pace. I know you made a check beforehand, but this maybe triggers something that you maybe you read something about this beforehand. Go ahead and roll me another dungeoneering check.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a good roll. A circumstance. Oh, that's Western Marches. Doesn't apply. A 20 is a decent roll to start, but obviously, I think you had a decent roll to begin with beforehand. I don't remember the exact number, honestly. It's up to you if you think a 20 is high enough or if you want to at least get that 21.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay.
Just want to get whatever I can out of it.
Sure.
Since I've got a high roll.
Yeah, that's 21. You're looking at this as you're climbing out, you're kind of like seeing it, whatever, while you're down there. You kind of like touching the edges as they are. And you notice that, again, it's a strange field because you're literally climbing into a 2-degree, effectively a 2-dimensional object, right? It's a dead, flat creature. But you're able to climb deep down into it without actually going into the ground itself. You're climbing into the creature without actually going into the ground that the creature is on, which is kind of mind-bending. Your character has a very rudimentally understanding of planar stuff, as we discussed beforehand, and so your character understands to some degree extra-dimensional space, but you've never really encountered it beforehand. It's just all theoretical stuff that you read. Anyways, encountering this here and seeing that it seems to be collapsing at an uneven rate, some parts seem to be collapsing significantly slower, if not slow enough, you remember something. Actually, these things, if they're worked the right way, the right chemicals, it's not too dissimilar from tanning, from like literally doing the work that you do with leathers. One of these things, if you work it the right way with the correct chemicals, not dissimilar from, and you'd have to have like tanning skill to do it, from like tanning leathers, you believe you can almost halt the collapse of this. I mean, it's going to get significantly smaller, and certainly not big enough that you can put a person inside of it. Much, much, much smaller than that. But it might be able to keep a degree of this third dimension to it. And something like that, what you could do with that, oh, man.
Yeah. A portable hole. That'd be crazy.
I mean, portable hole is a much bigger object.
Right.
That was this creature when it was in its full prime, right?
Huh. Okay. Yeah, once we kind of get to the other side, he'll say, I think I remember reading about these. I was trying to think of this earlier, but it just didn't quite come to me. But now we've crawled through it a bunch of times, I'm pretty sure these can be processed, kind of like a tanning, like what you would do with leather or hide into leather, whatever. I think that can be done to stop this deterioration, but you'd need to know how to tan hides, which I don't. Probably some alchemical skill would help too.
Are you saying this to us in game, right?
Yeah, this is like as we're probably on the other side.
Is there a tannery in Hot Gwyn?
Yeah, sure. I'm not even sure how to explain this to them, though. I mean, take one look at it, and what are you gonna say? But
as long as they don't charge much money to tan an otherworldly creature that is a whole.
This looks like
just for the novelty.
A few hours from being nothing, so I don't know.
I think we've got at least a day or two.
Good luck with talking them into it.
If Koa goes to lift it, is it lighter than it was, or is it the same weight?
It's still, unfortunately, heavy. You don't know if it's lighter because, like, you're not dragging the whole bit of it at once. You're just, like, lifting up a corner. It's still heavy. It might be lighter. You're not sure. Yeah, honestly, if you're going to transport this thing, even if it's lighter but similar in weight, you're going to want a cart or something. This thing is, you know, even throwing it on the back of the horse, it might slide off and shit like that. I mean, how are you going to tie a rope around something that like the rope passes into? You know, like, and you can't flip it the other way. Like, oh, just flip it so the open holes. Oh, no, the horse is in the hole. You know,
Is it? It's still the middle of the night right now, too, right?
Yes, you guys are in there for a few hours, but it is still nighttime. Yeah, because you actually went there earlier in the night this time around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because we didn't get through the house.
Well, carrying this back is going to be pretty difficult. We're going to need at least a horse, maybe a cart or something, and I'm not sure that the tanner is even working right now, so we may need to come back in the morning and figure out a way to move this.
Yeah, that'll give us a chance to see if it's mostly intact enough. But I think it's worth doing. I mean, that could be really useful if we could even get... I mean, it's going to shrink a lot, but...
I hate to ask,
even
but
if
how are
it's
we
not
going to
very
pay
big
for this service? I jest, but also... Do we have something to offer?
Maybe a few things.
Do you think the tanner will care about mole coins?
Probably not.
Maybe it's not. Maybe if they're hobgoblin, they might. I don't think they are, though.
I guess we'll find out in the morning.
One of the things you guys remember, almost like interrupts the whole plan here, is that, damn it, actually the tannery, while it is in town, it's like right next to the garrison. But then the next memory comes in that, oh yeah, but the garrison's empty right now.
Mm-hmm.
They head east. So it's like, oh shit. Oh, wait.
I think I have a couple of things I could sell. I still have this short sword. Do have this extra crossbow as much as I'd rather not get rid of it.
I don't want to rain on anyone's parade here, but like, I don't think selling a couple of weapons are gonna, cut it for what this possibly is. I mean, look at our armors, right? Look how much they cost. Now think of what we're asking for.
I don't know if what
don't know
penning
until we
is
ask them.
difficult. Yes, we could at least try to get an idea of it. Bring it there and see. I mean, worst case scenario, they can't do it and the thing continues to shrivel up and degrade.
I think it's more trouble than it's worth, but if you two want to do it, then be my guest.
Well,
I think it'd be
right
worth
now
an
it's our
insane
only real
amount.
way in and out of that particular area.
Yeah.
Well, it's not even a way. It's a way into that tunnel, but now that the door's closed, we can't get in there that way anyway, so...
But what if we need to get out that way?
Yeah. Wrong there.
Well,
be as discreet as possible, I guess. And good luck, guys.
Yeah, we'll see you in the morning.
Yeah.
do we still own the shitty cart from when we went to
We didn't
caves the
sell
first
it.
time? Yeah, we didn't sell it.
I think it might be at the crack now.
I think it's at the crack now, yeah.
So
Because
No, it's
Had
not.
to.
We used it to come back with the people. With the prisoners when we came back from there.
yeah,
I don't think we've
Yeah,
gone
we-
back there
we
since
did.
then.
but then
oh,
who was watching it this whole time?
Exactly. Yeah.
I was gonna say I was assuming that Edric probably took it when they went to the crack.
Yeah, that would
'Cause they
make
have
Oh, was
transport
it-
stuff.
I was assuming, Koa just left it with Gwen. That's what I've got a vague memory of him saying, "Look after this car."
Yeah, oh yeah, 100%, absolutely.
Yeah.
While
She
her
has
shop,
space.
while her shop is being robbed by cards. Cool.
I remember there being a lot of gold on that cart too. That's pretty nice. Can't wait to go see that.
Yeah, I think Edric said if we left at least 6 gold in the cart, we'd come back and it would be doubled.
Yeah. So we have 12 gold.
I think what Ejik said was, "Why don't you leave 6 gold in a cart and I'll see what I can do."
God, you're
Yeah,
getting
then
older. Your
and
memory's
then
not
what
what
he
it used to
did
be.
was
Trust us,
was
we
doubled
remember.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
that's
did. He brought it to. He's like 12 copper. I doubled it.
Nah, Edric's a good guy. He doubled it. He kept his cut, so we've got 6 gold on the cart. All right, cool. That's dope. That's dope. No, we can use that.
All right, moving on. So you guys are you notice this, and like again, you're just gonna like flop it, let it sit here or whatever now, and head back into town. And I believe you're just gonna head in and go straight to bed. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Cool. And so you guys head in and go sleep. You're just at you're at the inn that is also where Leon is, not too far away from the hospital. So it's a bit of a walk from where you are, but you're able to head up there and go crash at that inn.
I'm the only one hurt.
I mean, yeah,
I am as well.
I'm also hurt.
You guys are both still hurt.
Oh,
Okay.
left over from the day beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like
more
not
than
very
2
hurt,
hit
right?
points.
I'm
3.
only missing 3.
Yeah.
3. Okay, yeah. I could use the healing kit, but it takes off uses. So
It's not worth it when you're just gonna get healed in 2 days, anyways.
yeah, no.
Yeah.
Because that'll run out.
Which do we heal overnight too?
Yeah, you heal your level as long as you get to actually like relax or whatever. Cool. So you guys head back to the inn. You're able to rest, relax, whatever, and you heal the 2 health points overnight. Reset everything, of course, and in the morning, you're gonna go and see if you can speak with Gwen about that whole situation and see if her and Ashanti are interested in going to the crack.
I think Koa would go to the Tannery first, unless Gwen's shop opens earlier. Because the tanner dude might have his own cart, so if I tell him we might have an interesting job for him, maybe he would have a cart. So Koa
I'm
might
fine with
go
that,
there
yeah.
first.
Would everybody go for that, or actually, hold on.
Aldo wouldn't because he thinks it's a stupid idea.
That interesting
Aldo's
job,
not.
that air quotes interesting job. How are you going to propose it? Because like one of the things that Mikhail was saying was it requires specialized not just skill, but also like chemicals or whatever.
Yeah, like alchemical stuff.
So it's a matter of like, do you think that they would know how to treat this?
Well, Koa would probably bring Mikhail with and let Mikhail explain that. Because Koa's like, I killed the thing. Can you ten it?
Probably won't be the first time he's had that question, though.
You know what? Fair.
But Mikhail might think we should ask, since we're going to talk to Gwen and Ashanti anyway, we might ask them if they know anything about it, because he knows it requires chemicals and stuff.
Ashanti is not, no.
Yeah, Ashanti is not, but
And Gwen has her own place.
Well, I thought, I know that, but I thought for some reason Ashanti was also here. Maybe she
No,
just came over here to look
Elliot
at books.
is there, and Leon is there. Ashanti
I
is
think
not, and the other guy, whose name is escaping me, is not.
Okay, well maybe we go and do that then. We go get them first. Would Aldo go to talk to them?
Yeah, I'll go with you to talk to them, I guess.
All right, so we go to Gwen's shop first, and then we try to see if we can call on Ashanti or have her call on Ashanti.
Y'all go there together?
Yeah.
Cool. So, as you guys, hold on. Jake, as you're getting ready to like you head there in the morning, I don't know if your character is sober or hungover or whatever, that's up to you. But like literally as you're getting ready and you get dressed and you're putting your first boot on, you're lacing it up, you stop and you remember, you're like, oh yeah, that's right. I am not Aldo, or at least not regular Aldo here. And you have to get into the right mindset.
Yeah, I'm Tazy and Aldo, right?
Yeah, you're Tazy and Aldo.
That's right.
So maybe you stop and you with your boot on but not fully laced, you stand up and you look in the mirror and you're like, no, this shirt won't do. And like you go over and go and pick out like a different shirt and maybe like, cuff the collar, the sleeves a slightly different way and so on. And then all right, switch the boots, put on a different pair, and now you're ready to go. And so you guys are able to head down and go into the shop together. You're gonna go in relatively early. I mean, it's Koa. He's gonna show up early enough, but not so early that he's like the first person walking in the door, right? Like don't want to look too needy.
Well, I don't know. Like this is like time sensitive to some extent, so I think he's less caring about that than letting this thing go untreated. So it's basically waiting on these two to get ready because Koa's probably just like ready to go. One,
Okay.
work. Two, see Gwen. When those two worlds combine, it's like, I'm awake. I got 2 hours of sleep and a glass of coffee. I'm good. You say a mug of coffee? No, a glass of coffee.
Oh.
I'm good.
I like the idea that like it's one of those things where Mikhail comes downstairs and you literally hand him a breakfast burrito. And you're like, all right, we're heading out. Don't even get comfy. We're heading out as soon as Aldo comes down. But Aldo's like changing his shirt and putting on his boots. So Mikhail, even though he had time to sit down, he's standing by the door eating his breakfast burrito. And like it's mostly gone by the time Aldo finally
plate
comes downstairs.
of good food is still sitting there too. Where he knew he'd have time.
You had grapes, huh? Those look good.
Oh, they had quite the spread this morning, yes.
No meat in this burrito, I noticed. Just
Aldo comes down. Does he allow himself to rush out the door, or is he stop and have his meal?
He definitely picks up something to go, but he'll take it to go.
Already has a breakfast burrito ready for you.
Yeah.
Breakfast burrito is Hot Glen's specialty. All right. Anyways, cool. So, you guys head downstairs and head over that way. You're gonna get there probably right after she opens. Then you're not gonna get there before she opens because she might not even be there. So you get there shortly after when her shop would open, within 15 minutes or so of when her shop would open, because you were waiting for Aldo to come down the stairs. And when you go walking in, you hear like the half second goes by. Oh, hello. And like she comes around the corner and then she sees it's you guys and she's like, oh. And then she stops and turns around and goes, Ashanti, get it ready. And she like rushes over to you guys.
Get it ready?
Yep. And she says that over her shoulder and then she rushes over to you guys. And so as you know, obviously Koa is getting excited because Gwen's just excited to see him on the outside as he is on the inside, and maybe trying to play it cool, not showing the outside.
I thought Cincinnati had the three ways. I didn't know how Gwen did.
She rushes up to Mikhail.
Oh.
Oh, I think you missed.
Have to work on your aim there a little bit.
Just it's a three-way, but not the way you were expecting.
I suppose I'm cooking
This is that Simpsons episode where they're like, and if you pause it right here, this is the moment you broke his heart.
Yeah.
You can see his heart break right here.
The arms going out.
Anyways, she rushes up to Mikhail and grabs like his hand, one of his hands in both of hers, and says, "Come here, we have something for you." And
okay.
So it's like pulling him the first couple steps, walking backwards, pulling him, and then turning and like more or less holding his hands, but not in like obviously a loving way, and like a friendly way, kind of like dragging you on. She's pretty short, as described beforehand. So she's definitely taking 1.5 steps to your one. But you're moving with a faster stride to keep up because of how quickly she's tugging you along before she brings you straight past the area there and into the back room. The other two of them maybe exchanging a glance. I don't know if Koa even has the mindfulness to do so before they follow along after you. Anyways, so you are make your way back there, and you can see that Ashanti is back there, and she has all of her equipment set up. And they clearly have been working on something. They must have gotten here early for them to be working on. Oh, now you can see Gwen's face. Well, she looks tired. So does Ashanti. Oh, maybe they've been here all night. And Ashanti goes, "Hold on, it's ready." Okay, here we go. And she takes a flask, not like a vial, but a flask off of the counter. She picks up with her bare hand or whatever, and walks over to you and says, "All right, drink this."
Anything I need to know first?
She gives you a kind of like a wistful expression, just like playful, but almost over the top sass because she's being playful. You know what I mean? And says, "Do you trust me?" Now, mind you, you've met her how many times, and most of that time is spent studying a book.
Yeah. I guess we'll find out. I take it, but I look and make sure the other two are there as well.
Yeah, they come walking into the back room to see you taking the flask from her. I guess we'll find out.
If I pass out, don't let them do anything embarrassing to me.
She's like, what's her name?
Koa's got the Sharpie.
Gwen says, "Don't worry, I won't let them."
I have no friends.
Dude, this is a fist bump moment. This is a fist bump out moment. I don't know what the equivalent is to not Gwen, but it is a fist bump moment.
So she so you drink it down, and when you drink it, first of all, it burns slightly, like it has like a slight of a burn to it as it goes down, and it tastes fucking horrible. Like it tastes terrible. But and as soon as it hits your stomach, you can feel your stomach immediately starting to gurgle. And so Ashanti says, "Okay, why don't you come over here and sit down, Gwen?" And Gwen's like, "Don't worry, I'm getting it." And she's going over and she's lighting up some candles and putting them onto the table that's there. Ashanti's like, "Okay, we're just gonna make sure that everything's okay. I have a shall we say, an antidote in case you need it." And
an antidote? I'm really concerned now.
Less about him. We do have a time-sensitive matter. Will this take long, whether he is all right or not?
Gwen says, "I don't know."
What if we had an otherworldly being that we needed to get tanned?
We found a slithering pit, and it's dead, but it's... Oh, God, what is this? It's decomposing.
Like, Ashanti stops what she's doing to look at you and says, "You found a what?"
Yeah, a slithering pit. It's... we could show you where... Oh, my gosh.
Oh, no, this is...
We could show you where it is.
I studied those when I was in the Congress. Where did you find... You have one? Is it alive?
No, it's dead.
Ashanti,
but we want to tan it and turn it into
time?
a... Can you do whatever needs to be done so that I don't explode?
Don't worry. You might not explode. Unless we give you the antidote. And it's one of those things where, as she says that, you look across to where like the antidote is, because like Gwen just looks in that direction, and you see some of the ingredients that are sitting over near there. Go ahead and roll me a knowledge nature check. Oh no, heal. You can roll heal. You're trained in it.
Okay. I'm better at nature, but
no. Heal makes
a better
sense.
skill.
Different DC.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, cool. 15.
I'll keep it.
You actually know that the medicine that the herbs that are there are all herbs that have kind of volatile reactions with human digestive systems. Certainly, if they've been mixed together, this is going to be effectively like an ipecac kind of situation. Like a if they find out this is maybe dangerous, they're going to give you something to remove the situation,
to purge it effectively. Okay.
Yeah. Purge in all directions as quickly as possible.
Why do you have vomit inducing stuff? What did I drink?
Oh,
is this poison?
Over here, then. Koa moves out of the line of fire.
She says, No. It's a concoction that I put together based off some of the research that we've done in the book that's there, and conversations I've been having with Gwen. It actually, I believe this is something that could have a positive effect in your magic. Now, I'm using it on you because you're the only person I know in town that has magic. So this can work on you. Gwen's like, I know
is there sludge in it?
She looks at you, her eyes wide. You did how tired she is, so wide, and she's so excited. She's like, "Yes, it's such a powerful reactant that Ashanti realized how useful this would be for him to drink."
Koa looks at Aldo and starts to laugh. Yeah, we make eye contact, but also
he's like, "Well, it's definitely not the first time he's ingested it."
Ashanti looks frightened and looks at you.
I
and
hate
goes,
everything.
Wait, what? Oh, that's good.
I have not consumed it before, but please get this away from me. I hold out the vial to one of them.
Like jokes seem to go out the window for Ashanti, and she's like, "Okay, hold on. this is a potentially very dangerous scenario, but the dangers around the unknown elements of the sludge. Has he or has he not ingested it before? Do we need to be on alert or not?
I haven't ingested it, but I'm holding a vial of it. Someone get it away from me.
Gwen's
Koa
like,
will shrug, like, honestly, at this point, like, he doesn't remember. He's like, I don't know. We've been talking about it so much. I don't remember if he did or he didn't.
I told
Koa,
them that I wasn't going to eat it. He's just, yeah.
He's like, Kajitar, you don't know what he used to do for money when he was younger. So anyways, you back to the so they're looking after you to see if you're okay, and the discomfort that you get continues to persist. It just it grows to the point where like your stomach is churning. You immediately, like when you have like really, really, really bad diarrhea, but you can't go yet, and there's just that like horrible gurgling sensation, but you're not ready to. No, not ready yet.
I love the pleasant pictures you paint for us, Scott.
You're welcome. You're feeling this sensation, but as time goes on, and so we'll get to Koa's point about timeliness mattering in a moment. As time goes on, a little over an hour passes of this like constant like it's gonna, and then it doesn't.
I am not waiting an hour for this man to shit.
But inevitably, you don't end up going to the bathroom. Instead, eventually, all that like kind of subsides, and you end up having a tingly sensation, like if you smoked way too much pot and haven't done it in a long while, and everything feels a little bit tingly. Like that kind of a tingly sensation that your character is experiencing. It's like fingertips, like literally your face, your tongue inside of your mouth. Everything feels almost like a little tingly, a little swollen, so on and so forth, but not like altered state of mind or anything like that. And
Except for instead of leaves, this is people.
Yeah, souls, in fact.
But at the end of at the end of it, your character is finally, like, aside from that strangeness, you're feeling okay. And it's at this point in time, Ashanti's like, they check your stable, everything seems okay, so on and so forth. Ashanti are finally like, okay, I think the worst of it's past. I'm excited to see what happens when you're done processing it. Maybe tomorrow?
Worst case, I know a big hole that can contain whatever spews out, but we need to get to it soon.
She's like, that's right, the hole. And she'll turn to you and she says, tell me everything. As she like will turn and walk with you outside of the back room to give Mikhail some space. Wade, you don't have to talk through the whole situation. I assume you just explain the whole.
That's fine.
In Koa's best way possible.
Yes.
I fell in it and stabbed it while inside of it, but was outside of it too. And stabbed it.
Not too large, but it's very big at the same time. Very heavy. Smaller than it was. Still just as heavy.
So once you explain everything, she says, she like kind of like back and forth, whatever with her, she'll inform you that what was being described by you now, but Mikhail originally, is possible with the right kind of chemicals being used and a very skilled tanner. And while you don't know the quality of the tanner in town, you do know that the leather worker in town is very skilled, and likely they get their quality leathers from the tanner that's in town. So hopefully that, offers what it is that you guys need. And so you can go in and my brain's not working here, sorry. You guys can go in and visit them to do it. But she turns to Gwen and says, more or less, there's some ingredients you're going to have to grab from your shop. But don't worry, Koa will pay you back afterwards.
Koa like thinks about his empty pockets and is like, well, we'll find a way, and nods.
And she says, sure, just keep ledger of it. I don't want to leave, like, gesturing to Mikhail. Mikhail feels fine, just tingly.
I just kind of feel a little tingly. I'm otherwise fine now. A bit betrayed, suspicious, but fine.
Put your conspiratorial feelings aside, Mikhail. We've got other things to worry about. We need to also make it over to the den today if you guys have a chance this evening or soon.
No, I told you I needed a couple days heads up so I can make sure that my shop's ready for that.
Right. can you do it in a couple of days?
3. 3's a couple, she says, with a bit of a smile.
That's the second threesome reference she's made.
Damn it! That's not even what I meant.
I thought you did. You.
I swear that's not what I meant.
Do you want to be a couple, Koa? Yeah, with who else?
You only have 2. What?
There's only 2 of us.
Where are you from?
You know, a couple. We'll have to make that work. That's fine. For now, we should just worry about, I suppose, Mikhail and then this thing. We need to talk about the ooze at some point. You're not going to like what we've discovered.
Face feels weird.
She shakes her head. She's like, "What are you talking about? I like I said, I studied them before."
The goop that you used, the ooze that was gathered from the keep, it used to be Mikhail. It used to be people, or it's their essence, their soul.
That. Yes, to all of that. It used to be. Supposedly, that is the curse that came through here. Not even supposedly. It turned all of the denizens of the city that used to stand here into that goo. Their minds, their physical forms, and even their souls.
She furrows her brow, like kind of confused because she's not studied the curses beyond the conversations that you guys have had with her, so on and so forth. Obviously, she's of interest to this stuff, but the curses weren't her focus of study beforehand. And Gwen's like, "Wait, what? You mean all the work that you've been doing? You mean this goo that I've been using in concoctions and potions that I fed to other..." And she looks at Mikhail with horror in her eyes. No, you have to be mistaken. Koa,
if it's
you're
any
wrong.
solace, he knew what it was and didn't, attempt to throw it up or anything. He just, just saying. When I accidentally ingested, something that wasn't what he called. I, expelled it from myself, but you just kind of stood there, Mikhail. Bit weird.
You do, yeah. You say that, and again, Gwen will give a bit of a, "Oh, that's a good point." Kind of look to Mikhail, and Ashanti.
We're all victim blaming now. You did this to you, Mikhail.
Ashanti, however, hearing what you're saying, gives starts to be like, a little thrown off. But then as you continue playing it off, she chuckles because clearly it's meant to be a joke. Your dark humor in the to make light of the not so nice moment. She'll chuckle to that and toss you a glance across the way, and I imagine your character notices. But Gwen's actually gonna run up to Mikhail and grab him to give him a hug and be like, "I'm so sorry," and squeeze him really tight and be like, "I'm so sorry."
At least we know who the couple is now.
It's fine. He very gradually reaches up and says, "No, it's fine. Really, you didn't know, and we'll see what happens."
She when she kind of pulls back to look at you, you can see she's actively crying. She feels horrible. She fed you, but you can imagine Mikhail's smart enough to realize it's not just you, but you're somebody she cares about, and she's been using
a lot of
this
people.
material for a long time, and realizing what she's been doing for a long time, and honestly, very possibly has herself before. And so there's a lot that is being processed, but is being unpackaged to a degree in your direction.
So he says, he's like, "Look, you've done a lot of good with what you knew. You can't act on knowledge you don't have. All right? So don't feel bad about helping people, even if it was with something kind of disturbing. All you can do is move forward with what you know now."
While you're saying that, Ashanti is going to nudge, because she was standing next to him anyways, nudge Koa and say, "I'll take Aldo. Why don't you go take care of that?"
Right. He'll go to like comfort Gwen and basically, I don't know, say some dumb Koa stuff like, I mean, we've probably eaten animals that have eaten people before and indirectly ingested them that way too. You know, it happens.
That is really dumb Koa stuff.
Yeah.
That is really dumb.
Probably dumb enough to like elicit a laugh, like, oh, he's just kidding around. But Koa's like, it's an intelligent thing to say, right?
Mikhail's like
similar.
No. So she'll say to you in Tasian. Yeah, in Tasian, right? Yeah, because you speak Tasian. She'll say to you in Tasian, she'll be like, hey, ready? And go and head out with you to walk down the over to the tanner's place. And with a bunch of supplies or whatever.
Koa will yell as they leave. Don't forget, we may need a cart.
It is heavy.
Aldo looks back at you, and you can see he's not happy because he didn't want to go to the tanner in the first place.
Koa will like look at Mikhail, look at Gwen, and then look back to Aldo like, just do it, man. Like,
I'm glad he's not happy.
Mikhail smiles at him. Koa's like, come on, dude, just take one for the team here. And Mikhail's like, that's what you get.
Pretty much.
Okay. Damn it. All right. I was 100% going to fake an injury, but...
So how's Scott going to
Okay.
trick Koa into ingesting people? You both have now.
I mean, we've all used Gwen's products, so we're likely.
Like, man, this chicken leg's really good. Have you seen Yar in a minute? No.
Oh, nice. Don't worry, Koa is the chosen one. Right?
You are what you eat, and I am people.
You ain't people. You're an animal. All right. So, anyways, you Aldo, heading to the tanner with her. You can make small talk, same as beforehand, where you're just doing the whole small talk, whatever it is. Small talk is both easier and harder now. Easier in the sense that like you've gotten past a lot of like the initial conversation about like the from home and so on and so forth. So you're able to move past kind of like those questions about background and everything from this point. You can just lie or be honest, but with a twist to play up the whatever it is story that you're trying to maintain about your own background or so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. The reason why it's harder is now that you're past like those base conversation pieces. Now it's more normal conversation where there would be things like idioms, turns of phrase, or what have you that would be normal to use. That might be missing for your character. It's like the area where maybe because you're not actually of that culture and don't know it as deeply as obviously she would, where it might become a bit apparent. So I do still need a bluff check as you're continuing to try to play this role, if you will.
Yeah. Thanks.
That's a
dude. You're more Tasian than she is.
Yeah, I know. Seriously, like, are you my cousin? No. So second, it's okay. No. So you guys are
couples in this world are weird, dude.
Why is it a couple?
Any of Scott's second cousins in the chat right now?
Brittany, raise your hand. My bad. My bad.
First of all, in Massachusetts, it's illegal to marry your first cousin.
That explains a lot about Massachusetts.
Why do you know that? Why did you look up that law?
Hey, welcome back, man.
It was a conversation we literally had at a family event years and years ago that I remember looking up.
It's getting worse.
You're incriminating yourself. You have a right to remain silent.
Brittany and I are not related,
bro.
Definitively,
we could go out if we wanted to. I looked into it.
Your whole fam was discussing
I know.
This.
I mean,
it's legal here. You want to try it?
That's straight federal, dog. I gotta get some water. I will be back.
It's probably legal in Oklahoma too.
That's not a mark in your favor, bro. That's not a good bar to set.
Even first cousins, even genetically, is not even not even a concern when you're talking about having kids.
I'm gonna go put myself at the bottom of the lake. This is too much.
Okay. Anyways, moving on. And again, Brittany and I are not cousins. We're not related. But moving on. So
Thank you for taking a long time to clarify that.
You guys are making your way over to the Tanners. Any conversation that you care to touch on to Aldo, or just easy breezy, very comfortable conversation with her?
I actually just want to ask her about, like, she's been in the city for a while, right?
Yeah. Not
what does she
months,
do?
Yeah.
What does she do again?
She's an archaeologist and an alchemist.
Yeah, okay. Does she work somewhere here?
No, she's here doing research. So she doesn't have a job.
Okay.
She does have a job. Archaeology. Alchemy.
Yeah. One thing I want to just ask her, because why not? Is if she knows where the soldiers went, because there are heaps of soldiers and they're all just gone. So wondering if she knows anything about it.
She unfortunately does not know. It's one of those things where she obviously heard about it because it was talked about that day, next day. So if she didn't hear about it the same day, certainly within the next 2 days she would have known that they left, but not necessarily where they went. Just east. So yeah, they headed up river.
Yeah. Okay.
Or down river. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, no, I don't want to know anything else.
Cool. You guys eventually make your way to the Tanner, where there's a conversation between her and the Tanner, and her, of course, explaining like that she can provide the chemical assistance in doing this. Also trying to explain what this thing is, and the Tanner being like, "What the fuck are you even talking about?" But Aldo, you're the charismatic one here. You're the one that has to convince the Tanner to do the work. Something that you don't even want to do. She can assist you. She can give you a +2 because she's offering the additional chemicals and talking about, like, just think about the experience. You get to do something that most people in all of Eroth have never even heard of, let alone had the opportunity to do. That whole angle. But you got to convince them if you want to. And if so, you can roll diplomacy with a +2.
Yeah, okay. You just want me to roll then?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not, hey?
Rolls intimidate instead. You're gonna do this, or I'm gonna eat your eyeball. Honestly, he put as much heart into it as what made sense for him in the. This is when you ask for a reroll, Jaaek, because literally you can't do worse.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyways, so you are able to you're at a 10. That 10 does not mean so that's a 10. 1 doesn't mean automatic failure because it's a skill check. Are you happy with where it is, or?
I'll luck it for Koa, but if I was doing it for Aldo, I definitely would Daddy's dice it.
Unlucky. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, I tried.
At the end of the day, he's just like, I'm not giving my carts to the two of you. You know what I mean? You're like, I'm literally wearing your leathers. Like this is the stuff that you made. I'm wearing it. Like I'm here. Actually, you probably would even say that you're one of the heroes of Hod Glen because you don't want your name to necessarily be out there as much, right? Especially so close to the garrison. So like you don't play that angle, but you are playing up like the clothes you're wearing and everything. And he's just like, I don't know who you are. I'm not lending you a horse and cart to go collect some monster from different worlds. Like it's just like the whole thing that you guys are saying. It sounds like some really poorly cooked up scheme to steal from him, and he's just absolutely not buying it. And it's just one of those. At the end, he's like, unless you're buying something, you can just excuse yourself.
Yeah, okay, well, Aldo will just turn to, I can't remember her name.
Ashanti.
Ashanti, that's right, and he'll just say, maybe Koa can get it over here, and once he sees it, he might have different opinion, but I don't know. Some people are so close-minded, you know.
She's agitated. It bites her lip. She's not so crass as to like lash out or say something, cruel about it or whatever. And she's just like, maybe.
All right, we'll leave.
Yep.
Not much I can do.
Cool. You guys, I'll leave it at that, and can go ahead and head back the other direction. She will let some of her agitation out in speaking to you, just because, like, she's like, how incredibly rare these things are, and he's just going to let it rot. He's going to let it completely rot. It's going to be effectively... She's like, I don't know. It's up to you. Do you want Koa to try to drag it over there, see what he could do, or do you want me to see what I can do?
Like, you got to remember where we are. You know what I mean? Like, he like gestures around. Like, do you really expect much culture here? But you know.
She says,
do you really?
I had
to
pass through the Dell to
anything?
get here. I don't think there's much culture anywhere that you have to pass through the Dell to get to.
True. I mean, can you do anything over there? You kind of need the tanner, right?
She shrugs and says, I mean, tanning is just alchemy. Very poorly lying. Tanning is just alchemy. It's just a process that needs to be followed. I understands the rudimentary part of it. I'm sure I could do something.
I mean, if you're sure.
Yeah, I'm sure I could. I mean, would he be better at it? Certainly, yeah. But, I mean, I've done more complicated things. If only you understood the complexity of the concoction that I just gave to Mikhail earlier today. It's certainly more difficult than tanning. Besides that place.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Oh. Yeah, it really did, didn't it? I reckon you can do this. You got this.
Oh, she's like, show me to where it is. Bring me there.
All right.
The whole while she'll just be talking about, the conversation will move on to other things, but she'll mention how likely the person has such a sour disposition due to the fact that they live in that stench all day. But
yeah,
either way.
100%. It's just a straight up gossip session about multitude of things all the way there.
Sure. Yeah. Just chatting. Cool. So when you guys get there and she looks the thing over, she's like, this thing's already has a bit of a rot to it. I'll see what I can do. If I give you a shopping list, can you go and get some stuff for me?
Yeah.
She's like, great, I'd appreciate that. One of them's going to be a little weird, though.
Weirder than liquefied people?
I suppose no. If you could get a bucket and if there's some people on the street that are looking to earn an extra sliver or two, she kind of takes a moment and then says, I need their urine.
Oh, okay. That's better than porno mags or shit.
I
have Newton come a frog.
The good news is, after you pay some people to piss in the bucket, others just seeing it will come over and piss in the bucket on their own.
Mr. Bucket.
I don't think I'm going to be able to do that.
Mr. Bucket.
Gotta become the guy collecting everyone's piss.
Out of my mouth it will pop. I'm Mr. Bucket. Buckets of fun.
Time for Billy. Oh man, I want to hear Billy.
Oh God, I'm not doing Billy.
Jaaek was literally thinking of a line. He's like, what do I say?
Oi, mate. You piss in this here bucket, it's good luck.
He does seem like the type, though. I can't even lie.
Door-to-door piss bucket salesman. Yeah.
People probably didn't even think it was that weird.
All right, everybody line up. It's for 2 sliver who can piss the longest. He keeps his cut.
God.
Right? Like, think about that. 5 people line up. They all bet a sliver who can piss the longest. He keeps 1 sliver, and the winner gets the other 4. They walk off.
Yeah.
He's making
Well,
money instead of spending it.
Enough
Aldo
drinking
leaves,
that
and
son
he's
leaves.
definitely not gonna do that though.
Oh,
Fair.
He's gonna go back to the tannery and just ask them what they use instead of piss. And if they use piss, then he's gonna be like, "Yeah, I was trying to buy some of that from you for no reason at all."
yeah. He's like, yeah. You ask him like, what do you use? Not piss, right? And he's like, yeah, I need piss, but it's boiled down. It's piss. And it's like, people piss? He's like, I guess he's like, sometimes, yeah, it's if you get your hands on it, but you can get other piss too. Cows have a lot of piss. Horses have a lot of piss.
He's turning down a goddamn job. What is his job, man? What the fuck?
Yeah, well, I'm gonna need to buy some of that.
He thinks for a second. He goes, hold up. Are you going to try to take care of this monster on your own?
Yep.
How much piss do you think you need?
If you overcharge me on the piss, I'm
waits for you to say that you're going to be pissed.
How much
Never
piss
has there
do I
been a
need?
place like a deer where less people want to do their own jobs. Mind blowing. You want to pay me to
like
do my job? Get out.
A bucket full of piss, I guess. I was told to get a bucket.
He goes, I'll give you a couple buckets of piss. Don't you worry about that. Silver?
Fuck this guy,
Just the
dude.
one bucket, thanks.
He goes, it costs you a silver either way.
Okay, 2 buckets.
Okay. You give him the silver?
Give me silver. Yeah.
Yep.
And as I'm leaving, I accidentally spill one of the buckets.
It doesn't affect him. He's had worse things spill in a shop before.
Yeah, he probably doesn't. Aldo's like, I got him. And then he's like, oh damn, no, I didn't.
Gets on your own
So
shoes.
supremely petty.
Luckily, they're waterproof, so they it doesn't soak to your socks.
Being as he
anyways,
didn't come to tell us what's going on, it's gonna be really awkward when we go to the tanner to meet up with him in a few minutes.
So you go to head back to her with the 1 bucket of piss, right?
Mhm.
And so she looks and she's like, oh wow, you got that pretty quick.
Yeah, I really need to go.
She chuckle, goes, obviously not. And you get it. She's
Obviously.
like, unfortunately, I don't know if there's going to be enough in here. We might need a lot more.
I don't think I can get a lot more. The guards chased me out. They said that if they ever see me in here looking for piss again, they're going to arrest me. So I have to make do with this 1 bucket.
I mean, I know you were talking about the pettiness of this place and how they all like bow to that family or whatever you were talking about. But you're telling me that the tannery is so looped in with the guards that he has a corner on the market of piss?
Aldo straight face says, you know what? I think you're right. I think there's some type of syndicate going on here. I even tried to go to the stables and see if I could just get some horse piss or something like that. And they had people there being like, nah, this is reserved.
She looks at you like, once it like full on looks at you like, you've got to be joking. She's like giving you that appraising look, like waiting to see if there's a crack, like you're joking. And you don't crack. There's no, it's just like you give a look that's like, yeah. She's like, wow. Oh. Okay.
An hour of piss up here.
Dude. That's what's happening.
So
I've been comforting Gwen for 2 days while you gather piss.
So she says,
It's a fetch quest, all right.
we might need a little bit more. At some point, why don't you have your friends drink some wine and come by here? But I'll get started with what I can do with what I have here.
All right.
You mind keeping company for a bit?
He was about to excuse himself, and he's like, "Yep, I can do that."
And she gets started with the process of, so on and so forth, boiling. I'm pretty sure you boil down the piss to get rid of the water and keep the urea. Because pee is, I think, it's like 95% water, 5% urea, I think. And I believe you boil away at a low boil to get rid of the water. I could be wrong.
Yep, that's the smell.
Yeah. Either way, so you
Why do any of you know this? What the fuck is wrong with you?
tanning uses urea.
Yeah.
Why do any of you know this? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Because we're lifelong nerds.
To be fair, I also write, so I have to look up weird shit.
I mean, no, hold on. It's like if you used to when you tempered a blade, you would have to have the piss of a red-headed boy to cool the tempered blade in. That used to be an old thing that people would do too.
That's just you, dog.
No, that's legit. That's 100% a thing that used to happen. It was fucking weird because people have their superstitions.
The first time you told a person how to make ginger snaps, I'm terrified of what the fuck they thought they had to do.
Oh boy. Anyways, it's like when people throw salt over their left shoulder or whatever it is because they knocked over the salt shaker on the table, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
People have their superstitions.
You're hitting a little demon thing over your shoulder.
Yeah. Anyways, moving on. So you eventually Aldo will come back to you to inform you guys what's going on. But back at the place, so you're there with Gwen. The two of you are able to make conversation, whatever it is. You do eventually get her to a joke or whatever, and she does open up to the fact that she feels horrible. She's like, I've been using this stuff for literally a few years at this point. Since
Koa would counter with yeah, but think of all the good you've done with it without knowing what it was.
I don't know how. She's not going to get super to be clear. She's not going to get into the philosophical conversations of, but if you do an act of evil for good, does the good outweigh the? She doesn't get into any of that bullshit. It's just one of those things where you say comforting things and she takes the comforting, but then sometime later on we'll kind of backtrack oh, I don't know, and you say the comforting thing and it's comforted for a little while and that whole bit, but no, again, in-depth philosophical conversations or anything like that.
We have a thing we got to get to as well. I don't know.
Well, obviously they're taking care of the oozy thing right now, but then when you're bringing up the other thing that you have to get to, which is going to Jorda's crack, and she's like, in 3 days I'll be able to go for that. Honestly, knowing everything that just happened, it might be nice to have a couple days off to, not look at the shop for that. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's just I have orders to fill before I disappear. Any important conversation you want to have with her before I explain some stuff about or
if she needs to get off sooner, Koa will offer to break her door again.
Trying not to take that in a different way than how you meant it. And
like an intimidate check, right?
No,
I'm gonna roll that.
I'll break your door. You don't get off right now. I'm trying to think of a Dommy Mommy, but with Barbarian. Darby Bear Barbie. I don't know. I can't really come up with one.
You sure you want to keep going?
Darby Barbie?
I was trying Dommy Mommy, Batty Daddy. Starby Barbie.
Yeah, sure.
Something.
Okay.
It's me, dude.
I don't know. I'll just...
Moving on.
Some people just like digging.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I feel like some of us brought a backhoe to this session. So, anyways, we are
had an hour of piss RP.
It was less than an hour. It was 11 minutes.
The conspiracy.
So, conspiracy. So, you guys are Mikhail, kicking over to you. So, your characters feel this strange tingling sensation, or whatever. And Gwen, at one point in time, when she finally is able to, that's phrased poorly. At one point in time when she, leaves Koa's side, on whenever higher feeling moments when she's not like, oh, I can't believe what I did. She'll come over to you. She'll apologize 3 or 4 times. She's like, no, it's okay. And she's so sorry I did that to you. But she does inform me. She's like, listen, I just make sure you don't do anything with your magic until we tell you that you do. I'm concerned that if you do something too soon, it could have a negative effect. And we don't want anything like that happening.
Yeah, we don't. How long do you think I'm going to need to?
Shanti will look at you in the morning, but so check then. Just don't use any magic until tomorrow morning. But I'm just keeping you here until all the symptoms seem to have passed. For instance, are you still feeling that tingling that you said?
Yeah, I still feel a little tingly.
Oh, but it's going down. Oh, that's great. Let me just. Your pupils are still really wide. Really wide.
Are they?
Oh, hold on. She goes around and pulls up a small mirror or whatever for you to see, and you're just like, oh, I can't even see the blue, green of my eyes.
Oh, yeah, that's noticeable. I look really affected. Okay, yeah, I'll probably stay here for now.
So she's like, you don't want to go outside with. I'm sure that would hurt. Either way, just stay here this evening. Assuming all the symptoms are gone, you can just go back to your room and you can spend the night. But just don't use magic until we check you in the morning.
He's like grabbed the mirror and is still looking at his own eyes. Goes, yeah, of course.
If your eyes are dilated, you might need to hold the mirror further back because you're nearsighted.
I look like a surprised cat. What the hell?
So flash forward a bunch of time. Eventually Aldo comes in, and I don't know. So first of all, eventually Aldo comes in, and strangely, he smells a little bit like piss. But you do know that he went to the Tanners, so that's not so unusual. And he has been gone for a long while, so if he's hung out there for a while, obviously the smell would cling to his clothes a bit. But so anyways, he comes in. He has a bit of an odor to him. Aldo, do you inform them that you need them to drink and piss for them, or no?
Yep.
Okay. I don't know if your characters want to RP that, or if you just, that's up to you.
Would you like some more piss RP, you sick fuck?
No, I would not.
I think he would.
I would not. If you guys want to R. Kelly it,
RP.
you're welcome to. You're welcome to do so.
No.
Okay, cool. Do your characters choose to drink and participate?
I think Koa would be concerned as to why the Tanner needs us to piss for him.
I would inform Koa that there's some type of racket that the Tanner's involved in with the guard, and that they're like all piss on a lockdown, so they won't help us, and so we're gonna have to do it ourselves.
We do have to have a piss RP, don't we? Okay.
So wait, you tell us that the Tanner's actually not helping with the thing?
Yeah.
There's a racket on urine, on piss.
Yeah.
How's that even possible? How do you
I don't know.
enforce?
This Tanner's got deep pockets. That's all I know.
You don't need deep. How do you enforce a piss monopoly?
Maybe he's got a deal with Beltran. I don't know. This guy seems like he's untouchable.
Why did it even get to this point? The Tanner should have just taken the job and had the materials on hand. Yes.
He refused the job.
Why?
He said we were trying to rob him.
What happened, Aldo?
We told him the situation. Oh yeah, let me just dig into my deep funds of money. But I told him that we had a creature, and Ashanti explained what it was and what he needed to do, and he just said we were liars and that we're going to steal his cart and horse and to get out.
Why not just offer to show him the creature?
Well, for one, I didn't want to take him there, and two, he ordered us out. This guy just. Do you see him locking up his shop and being like, I'm going to follow these people to this thing that I already don't believe?
If you were convincing enough, yes.
I was as convincing as I could be.
You'd be very convincing.
Yeah, I know. So
should we go talk to him, or
enough.
should we just assume that it's dangerous around there?
Well, Ashanti's already like halfway through. She just needs you to piss on it. So you guys
does not sound like how I
guess.
think tanning is supposed to go.
I'm not a tanner. I don't know. Do you know?
No, but neither is she. She's an archaeologist.
Well, she thinks she can do it, and she's halfway through doing it. So,
but the request is to get us to piss.
Yeah,
I think you have to cook the piss to get this.
I don't know. I was just sent here to get you guys to come with me, and apparently you got to have a lot to drink on the way.
Koa will look at Mikhail. Should we go talk to
I
the
just don't
Tanner or should we
understand
go
how you
piss?
enforce a piss ban. Like, how do you
Either
know?
do I. But that's not
if
the issue right
someone's-
now. Ashanti is already doing it, Koa. She's already halfway through it. Whether you get the Tanner or not, whatever she started, she may as well finish, right?
You're not leaving anything out of this story, Aldo? That a piss
I am
ban?
being... I don't know what to say about the piss ban. I don't know. It's strange to me too. When in a deer, you know, everything here is crazy. What can I say?
Okay.
We will follow you
kinda
there.
looks down. You know, everyone complains about Paradel. No piss bans. Never happened.
I'm sure it's happened.
Nope. Not that I've heard.
I can't do this anymore. Anyway, we get there. We get there.
Koa's just
That's how we-
downing
that's
water
how we
on the
sound.
way. Is Gwen coming to piss too, or just us two?
Let's fuck it. Let's perform. Let's get the whole town in on it.
While I'd like to contribute, I think what I'll offer is some tannins. And she goes over to collect some materials.
But if Aldo has the bucket, you could just go here.
She's like, no, we all do our part. Don't forget, you might need brains or something.
Seems like you should really go. You seem to know what you're talking about.
Don't they use animal brains when they tan?
I thought they used racks and air. I did not know they used piss and brains.
Well, yeah, you have to air it out after you soak it. Well, first you have to scrape it.
What's
then
in
you
the
soak it.
what's in the brain? What's
That seems like a complicated question, Mikhail.
She shakes her head and says, "I'm not a tanner, but I
None of us know.
swear I've heard in conversation before that you use brains when tanning."
It could be important to preserve this thing, Gwen. If you think there's any chance you could contribute, I mean, I don't know if you can take
Oh yes,
a 15-minute
I have
break.
the tannins. She says, plus the other materials that Shadi already took.
I should go
Okay,
talk to this
well-
Tanner.
maybe we should.
Piss and brains seems a bit above our pay grade for how to treat an otherworldly creature.
Look, we didn't go with Aldo, so maybe we can at least just ask questions about tanning, right? Like, because we don't know what we're doing.
You guys can do that all you want, but maybe go and piss down there first in case, you know, that's needed before you get back with whatever.
Do you have the
get
bucket
back
on
with.
you? I can.
We can just get it.
I don't.
done
I left the
now.
bucket behind.
Why would you leave the bucket, Aldo?
Gwen, can I
Well,
buy
I
a bucket
wasn't
off of
comfortable, you know, with this piss racket. If they see me walking through the streets with this bucket of piss, you know, I could have been arrested.
You've walked through the streets covered in vomit before. What?
Yeah, but apparently there's not a vomit ban, is there?
You? Gwen, do you have an extra bucket? Can we buy?
Oh yeah, I have buckets. She says and
Great.
goes and gets the.
You're gonna have to take it there because I can't risk getting arrested here. I'm sorry.
Fine. Mikhail, I will carry the piss bucket if you want to go talk to the Tanner.
Yeah, let's. Do you need me to?
Yes,
To
I
piss
need you to
before
piss
I-
in the bucket.
Okay.
Apparently.
Somehow. All right, just hand it to me and I'll go use it. I guess.
How do we go from fighting fire elementals and creatures and gnolls to this?
Don't ask questions that make me wonder how we got here right now. Just hand me the bucket.
What happened that they banned piss in Hodgwyn?
I don't
He
know.
yells angrily as he hands you the bucket.
Stomps out of the shop.
Keep an eye
Comes
on
back.
him.
Right,
She says
yes.
to Koa.
Aldo, you got to keep an eye on him for a few minutes while I take this down, I guess.
No, you can keep an eye on him if he's going with you.
He's going to the Tanner. I'm going to the... I've got to carry the piss bucket.
Oh, wait, sorry, Mikhail's going to the tanner? Oh, she says.
Yeah.
She's like, okay, then, yeah, Aldo, I guess you can look after him.
What do you mean? I guess. Why was I the second choice here, Gwen?
Oh, I did. You said that you were getting in trouble. I didn't know that you were going to go back to the tanner.
You don't need to turn this on Gwen. You can't handle carrying a piss bucket without getting in trouble, Aldo. Clearly something happened.
I filled the piss bucket. Do you want me to bring it back inside, or are you going to come get it?
You filled it. I thought there'd be room for more.
You Gwen had the same reaction. He filled it?
I mean, not full. I mean, I peed.
Thing.
Why do I hear you nitpicking my grammar in there?
I love the fact that both of them like, filled it? And you're like...
Even Gwen peeks out like, filled it?
Because, like, that's not impressive. That's concerning.
Right.
This could be a side effect, Mikhail.
I need a second bucket.
Oh god, are we tanning with people? Yeah, you just keep filling up buckets.
I'm just going to bring it back in. It's not full, obviously.
Koa will make his contribution to the bucket, go to carry it down to Ashanti while Aldo and Mikhail... I don't know. Is Aldo going back? He wouldn't go back to the tanner, would he?
Oh, yes, he would.
Trip? Oh, god damn it. All right, well...
So while Mikhail's getting himself ready, Glenn was going to pull Aldo to the side for a second and say, hey, Aldo?
Yeah.
Piss ban?
Yep.
Okay. And
he just whispers, do you want to walk through the streets carrying a bucket of piss?
Oh. Oh, poor Koa.
This is just a Tuesday for Koa.
She will look a little... She's like looking out the door, feeling bad for Koa. You say that, and then she looks a little bit more concerned. And then just kind of, shakes her head because Mikhail comes walking into the room, to be like, ready to go or whatever. And
okay,
that's that.
To the tanner.
Yep. And you guys can head to the tanner. And so you make your way to the tanner, and Mikhail, you come walking in. Your tingliness, by the time you get there, the fresh air actually helped you out. The bright light is searing, very uncomfortable. Dazzled.
Yeah.
Your character's dazzled, and there's like don't look up. Don't look at any panes of glass that are facing the direction of the sun. Otherwise, you'll be seeing white spots for a while. So just be very careful because there's no shades you can wear or anything, right? So just be careful. But the tingling sensation, luckily, is mostly gone. But by the time you get to the shop, you're walking in, and while you have your full presence of mind, literally walking into the shop, it takes you several seconds to even be able to see because of like how dark everything is to you, and you can't even properly orient yourself for a few moments. So eventually, the shopkeeper's like, "Can I help you?" And I assume Aldo comes in.
Yeah, Aldo's with him.
Yep.
Sorry, medicine's got my eyes acting a little weird. Am I standing in piss? Why did nobody clean this? Move to the side. Hey, yeah, you're the tanner, right? I can't see you very well.
Yeah, he says, but he's not. But when you finally focus enough that you can see him proper enough, you see he's not even looking at you. He's glaring at Aldo.
Oh, right, yeah. I heard you guys had a misunderstanding earlier. We weren't trying to cause you any trouble. We really had an honest curiosity about something we found.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure it was an honest mistake that he chose to spill the piss on the floor.
It's dark in here. You can't see anything. Aldo screams.
Not even that dark. But he says...
he said it was dark. Okay?
For him, because he's disoriented.
For me too.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yes. You also had medicine. Lots of medicine.
It's like,
all the medicine.
Yeah. No, Aldo's just kind of clumsy. So, anyway, we did find a pretty strange creature, and we know we need a very skilled tanner to work the material. We have actually a lot of chemicals and some other experts to help out, but we're wondering if you'd be willing to render your services, and like what kind of compensation do you ask for odd
You're
jobs?
roping him into this one too. I'm not lending you my. This is I don't know what racket you're trying to do here.
Racket? You're the one with the racket. Can't buy piss anywhere in this town except for here.
Right. What's with this piss ban? I keep hearing the guard is
piss ban.
A guard working for you? You paying people off, huh?
He's
Which counselor's got you in their pocket?
We just need a tanner.
What the hell are you talking about? He like looks genuinely baffled, and
now Mikhail looks confused and looks
Mikhail
at Aldo.
confused. Mikhail, he's still a little blurry to you, so you don't know if he's genuinely baffled or if he's playing it up.
Aldo, the fucking piss ban you've been talking. Why does he not know what it is?
Because he's a liar.
He looks.
Tell me, I went to 3 stables, and every time a guard turned up and told me, "Hey, if you want piss, you got to go here. Can't get piss from anywhere else. If I catch you walking around with buckets of piss, you're going straight to the jail." You know
Half
what
the
I mean?
damn town doesn't even have guards.
Exactly. So who are you, and why do you have so much influence?
Oh, wait, Aldo, hold on. If it's just the guard being a dick to you, that doesn't mean it's this guy. You know how they are.
They told me to come here.
He
didn't work.
He looks taken
He's
aback.
not in on it.
Oh, well, you did pay me a silver. Do you know who the guard was? I think I owe him a cut.
See, I told you. He's just admitting it.
Well, well.
Look, if there's not a
Mouth.
piss ban, then why are... I don't want your cart. We just need you to tan something. Which you can do, right?
He looks around the shop and says, "No, I just enjoy the aroma."
I'm confused and looking for straight answers. As you can tell, hard for me to see them.
He says, "I don't know anything about a piss ban, but I know this idiot came in here earlier trying to get me to play with some ooze or something like that. And some girl that was all...
I didn't mention any ooze at all, thank you.
Some girl trying to borrow my cart and horse so they can run off or whatever they were doing. And then he comes in. I offer him buckets of piss for a silver. And, well, he buys it, takes only 2 buckets, spills one of them all over the floor, and then leaves."
Is this piss that you already boiled down or just regular piss?
Roll a sense motive.
Oh, God. Okay.
You can too, Aldo.
Wait, what hell's my sheet not coming up?
Did this guy have a good reputation? What the fuck happened?
He did not like the idea of them borrowing his shits to go and do some monster he's never heard of that seems fake, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Why do you two suck?
I'm blind.
I'm not looking for excuses.
So you're with your total there. Unfortunately, he just says it was piss.
Does piss always cost a silver per 2 buckets?
He's like, I offered more than 2. He only took 2. Only wanted 1. Took 2. Left 1.
Okay.
Aldo says.
What's sake?
Dude.
All right, so you two aren't going to get along. But, all right, fine. Listen. Appreciate your assistance, what you were able to do. We might have work for you. And in case we don't, what do you guys use brains for something?
No, that you can tan with it, but it is very difficult.
It seems like more trouble than it's worth. What would it even be for?
Some types of tanning is worth doing it. We typically use bark.
Oh.
How do you go from brains to bark?
He shrugs and says, "I ain't no alchemist. I learned the trade from your dad."
Huh. They serve the same purpose? What stuff makes it more worth it? Like different kind of hide?
Different hides, different finish you want at the end. How supple do you want it to be? Do you want it to hold, the more of a firmness to it? Do you want elasticity at the ends, or do you want it to, be a bit more rigid? There's a lot of different reasons to tan different ways.
Oh, thanks.
Like, for
Okay.
instance, if you're going to be wearing something that's meant to protect you from, harm, then you're going to need a different type of leather than something that's meant to look really good going out for an evening. versus what you're going to use to make a saddle out of.
Yeah. We get all our leather from, forget his name. We get all our leather work done over there. You're his supplier, I'm assuming.
He nods.
Means you do good shit. That's kind of what we need.
You're also wearing his leathers, right? Or is yours still being fabricated?
Mine's still being worked on.
Oh, so, but what's his name is? He goes, yeah, I
Aldo's
seen
got
the, he's like, I seen your.
Wait, he doesn't know who I am. Remember? Because I'm not wearing my armor.
Oh, I mentioned earlier you pointing out the armor or whatever it was.
No, you said you don't want to be recognized.
So you didn't
Right.
use the name. But I mentioned pointing out the armor. You didn't have to. I was putting those words in your mouth in case you wanted to use them.
Oh, Aldo wouldn't be just walking around in his armor.
Okay, that's fine. So yeah, you say fine works. He says, yep.
Yeah, I have some being commissioned actually. Okay. Well, we do have a weird ooze thing that would like to get tanned. I wish I had a sample for you to kind of show you what it's like. But it's weird. It's something called a slithering pit. I'm guessing you never heard of it?
Rolls his eyes, but the DC is of course unfortunately different because things went poorly before. But why don't you go ahead and roll me a persuasion check?
Diplomacy. Oh, come on.
Oh yeah. Huh? Oh yeah. And you and your
I'm gonna like it.
your sub 5 rolls.
Mm-hmm. It's still not a bad total. I'm gonna try it. God damn it.
Dude, we're just trying to hire someone to do their fucking job. Why is this so hard?
Well, it's an unusual animal or creature or whatever it is.
He wouldn't know. He hasn't left his fucking desk.
No, he has.
That's-
It's tan.
That's a 14.
He says, I ain't lending you no cart. I ain't lending you no horse. If you want to buy some piss or boiled down, I'll sell it to you if you want. But I'm not lending you shit.
Okay, I wasn't asking that far.
You want me to do
Just to
the
be
job
clear.
for you. You know what? Show me this creature's real, and then I'll think on it.
That's exactly what I was gonna offer. We can bring it here, check it out, and let us know what you think. If we can.
He shrugs and says, I don't know. Something tells me your friend's just been splashing piss on it.
Dude, don't make me carry this after it's had buckets of piss poured on it. No, bring him there, please. Don't make me carry it. No.
Say, look, it'd be a lot easier. Do you want to just come check it
Piss
out?
monster.
He shakes his head and says, nope. Tails, you guys spinning? I don't trust that you're not just going to shiv me in an alley, come back and steal all my gold. Copper.
We all know your wealth's in piss.
He goes, look, I pull up I don't draw the rapier. I just like pull the whole sheath and everything. I go, this is worth more than anything you're doing. I don't need to rob you. Are you crazy?
Actually, he looks at it and
Aldo puts his hands up like Mikhail's trying to rob the place.
I didn't draw it. It's fully sheathed.
Well,
he didn't
we'll do it
explicitly
anyway.
say that. It actually looks, yeah, it's actually one of those things where he looks at it and he's like, actually, that is a really fine piece right there. And he walks over and, you know, he looks down and says, that's really fine.
Would you like to see the blade?
Shakes his head and says, listen, bring this thing by. Let me see if it's real.
Ow.
It's really fucking heavy. And we don't have a cart. But it's not that far.
So you want
I don't
to
remember how long
borrow
we'll
the
walk.
cart. And we're back to square one.
I think you could just walk 10 minutes. And then we can skip the cart.
Shakes his head and says, I got things to look after here. Some of these have to be beaten. Some have to be stretched. I have to do work. I'm talking, but I got to be working. So, you want to pay to borrow the cart?
Dude, if this is like a
Not
sliver after all
particularly.
this shit.
But how much do you need to borrow the cart?
He goes, how do I know you ain't going to run off on it? 2 gold.
Not gonna happen. Sorry.
You put the 2 gold down, and then we'll put that towards the work if I actually do it.
What if I piss in a bucket? Does that do the trick?
I don't even have 2 fucking gold.
God has made the worst world I've ever fucking...
Aldo made this difficult.
Unbelievable.
He spilled piss on his floor.
You rolled 11, man.
Yeah.
Wasn't that bad.
I was like, look, I don't have 2 gold sit just in my wallet. I don't want to be robbed. I've got a feta and a silver I can set for collateral.
Sorry, feta and a silver you can set for collateral.
What the hell's
yeah.
a feta?
Mooney.
Oh, those
Yeah,
things.
Mooney, yeah.
Ah, Mooney.
Yeah, he thinks for a second, and he's like, well, your friend here stands out a good bit. I'm sure I could find out where he's staying if I have to. Since, you know,
Is that a
the guard
threat?
work for me. Hell yeah, it is.
See, this guy's threatening me, Mikhail.
Yeah, what do you want me to do?
We're dealing
Aldo?
with the piss mafia here. Right? I don't feel comfortable.
He just shakes his head and he goes, you know what? Never mind.
Just ignore him. All right, feta, silver. We borrow the cart. We're easy to find.
It's one of those, like, he's looking hard at Aldo, and it's like, see, like, he does not want to say yes. He does not want to say yes, but he, like, long, slow breath, and then says, if this thing ends up being a waste of my time, I had to listen to all this bullshit, and there wasn't even something interesting at the end of it.
You'll have some wasted time, my friend. And you can blame Billy over here, who has stayed at the color stay. People know who he is.
Fine.
Thank you. Where's the cart? I take out the coin.
And he tells you where it is or whatever, and you can go get the cart. Just tether up the old horse, which will work. It's not going to have a heart attack and die or anything.
All right. I now have 8 copper. So,
Wade,
yeah.
you walk with a bucket of piss
Oops.
over to where Ashanti is, and she's there, and she has like all these chemicals kind of like put together, get some details working on it, and she's sitting there, not actively working on it, just kind of like staring at the hole. When you can walking up behind.
The creature, or?
Yes, the
Okay.
creature.
Mikhail and Aldo went to talk the Tanner into reconsidering, but, well, I brought some supplies from Gwen and ourselves.
Huh? Oh, thanks. We put it there. But honestly, I don't know who I'm kidding. Koa. I thought maybe I could do this, and don't get me wrong, I'm sure I could figure out some part of it, but I'm pretty sure what you have to do is soak this thing. This whole thing has to be soaked in a lot more than one and a little bit more of a bucket. There's just no way we're going to be able to get this much piss to do what we need. It's just not possible.
No, and Aldo said that apparently there's a ban on it in the city or something. The guards are stopping piss from being transported unless you get it from the Tanner.
It's ludicrous, but again, she just...
He'll like hold up the 2 little bottles of whatever that Gwen gave. You think this is enough for... Hopefully Mikhail's successful in talking to the...
Oh, she'll be like, oh, tanning, like concentrated tannins or something like that, right? And she'll take it from you, and that's helpful. And she's like, yeah, hopefully Mikhail's helpful, because at this point, honestly, I think I'm in over my head. I'll do it. I'll do the best I can. Don't get me wrong. I've got everything prepared to get started, but this clearly we don't have enough to go soaking this in.
You would think that the Valiant Few could hire a tanner, but apparently something about this piss man, and I'm not entirely convinced Aldo had his heart into getting this job done.
I mean, he's a pretty charming guy.
Yes, he is. Koa's like piecing in his mind whether he thinks Aldo intentionally, because he didn't want to do this deliberately, like through. And he's like, piss man. Like, all this stuff seems so fucking sketchy.
She shrugs and says, I don't know, the idea of speaking to a tanner doesn't exactly seem like something that he would think is so far beneath him. Maybe he was just...
Oh, no, not that at all. It's just, I think dealing with this creature in particular wasn't of a particular interest to him.
Oh. Shrugs and says, I don't understand why. She stands up and says, look at this thing. It's incredible. And she like takes 2 steps forwards and jumps into it. Like, this is incredible.
Gonna need an acrobatics check to not break your ankle.
Actually, there was a daddy's dice used, so I technically have to open roll and I get the plus.
This is what the daddy's dice.
It's gonna give you a taste. All right, yeah, do it. Yeah, we like that.
Just look at this thing. It's incredible. Ow! Oh, damn it! My ankle.
Koa will rush over and help her out.
Yeah, she landed funny. She's like, oh, it is decaying unevenly. I hit the bottom before I hit the bottom.
Yes, yes. Are you all right? Do you need me to try to carry you somewhere?
She's like, I think I rolled it. Oh, shit. That was really stupid.
We all do things like that. I mean, I jumped into the thing while it was alive, so
No, that was heroic. This was stupid. Ugh. You know what else is stupid?
Sometimes
Thinking I could
heroic
just do this
things are
myself.
also
We should have
stupid.
just gone back and offered him more money or something.
Yes, I would have thought that would have been the course of action. I'm not sure why it resorted to buckets of piss.
He laughed. Well, you need buckets of piss to do the tanning, but he just laughed it off. He just thought we were trying to scam him because what we were describing was more of... If somebody tried to describe this to you before you ever saw it, would you really believe something like this existed?
No.
Well, that.
Yes, I understand. But did Aldo mention the Valiant Few and, you know, what we'd done and the fact that...
No.
Right. Did he... Doesn't matter what he did. Hopefully Mikhail mentions that and the tanner comes around. They come... Maybe I... Do you need help? More than...
I'm sure it'll be fine. Let me just sit for a few minutes and see how I feel.
We don't have, like, splints or anything, right?
No, but Aldo does have... No, Koa... No. Mikhail does have the heal skill.
If you want to rest for a minute, I can go try to find them or something. I can try to get Gwen or someone from the hospital down here.
No. They're supposed to come over here anyways, right? I'm sure we'll be fine. I just need to rest for a few minutes.
The
I
way
don't want
today
to...
is gone, I have no idea what to expect. Mikhail also needs to be looked after because he can't really see, and he's going through the side effects of whatever that concoction was.
His eyes are dilated. He should be fine as long as he doesn't try to use magic.
Good, I suppose, but
We've told him several times.
all right.
You heard it once.
Then I guess we just wait for a few.
Okay. And so eventually they'll show back up. With a cart. The cart doesn't get all the way there because of like the rough terrain or whatever, but it gets, you know, within say like 50, 60 feet or so. Shorter than you had to drag this thing originally.
All right, yeah. So he'll kind of, as we're arriving, he's like, "Piss Mafia, really?"
Hey, what do you mean? You've seen the guy.
I do, but he was as confused as we were.
That's a good front, but I see through it.
Yeah, okay. So we're walking up. All right, we got the cart to bring it. He wouldn't come look. He thinks we're gonna shiv him or something.
What? His job is tanning. Why is it so difficult to get a tanner to tan?
It's not that he doesn't want to do the job. He doesn't want to lend us his cart because we're not trustworthy for reasons.
So we have to
And
drag
he
this all
doesn't
the way
wanna
back to
come-
his shop.
We have to drag it all the way back to his shop, yeah. We're lucky I could get the goddamn cart borrowed.
He let
I'm
you
down
borrow
to
the
8
cart?
copper, by the way.
Oh, you do have the
great.
car. Great.
Let? No, I paid for it.
She seems fine with that.
Ashanti twisted her ankle a bit. Can you take a look at it, Mikhail, while I start dragging this thing to the cart?
Is she like out of the pit now?
Yeah,
Or?
yeah. He dragged her off.
Okay. How did you roll your ankle?
I
Over.
It's tricky trying to move big buckets of piss around a hole.
Not that tricky. You jumped in it, didn't you? Like getting the heel kid out.
She's like, yeah, sorry.
No biggie. Let me look at it.
And we'll
At least this means I don't have to help with the stupid ooze.
go ahead. You can make a heal check.
Okay.
The two of them can pull the ooze. Well, I don't know. Does Aldo assist Koa in pulling the ooze?
Yeah.
Cool.
Now,
Oh wow.
Now.
Yeah.
Another.
Man, I'm so glad when the rolls are super important, you guys can nail them.
You
I rolled 3 natural 20s.
You put
tonight,
you realize like how she rolled it, sprained it, whatever. You put such solid bandaging, like pressure with the ace bandaging or whatever on there, that she can walk. Bit of a hobble, but she can walk with it. And so she'll also assist with moving the hole and getting everything brought up and whatnot. And then she'll sit in the back of the cart with it for the way back. So 2 people can sit up front. She'll sit in the back, and the last person can walk alongside the cart or whatever. And you're able to transport the thing to the cart. It takes a bit of time, and eventually you can bring the cart back to the tanner. Any questions, comments, details, or anything before we get back there?
Yeah, so on the way back, Koa, I'll ask Mikhail. So what happened? What is the deal? Is Aldo right about all this piss ban and weird things?
I don't think so. Tanner seemed pretty confused about it too, honestly.
What happened? Why can't we get this Tanner to... Why is this so complicated?
I don't know what exactly you guys said, but whatever it was made him think you were trying to scam him.
Right. Well,
So,
perhaps
it's
you and
not-
I will take the thing in and leave Aldo outside. Aldo, you don't really care about this anyway, right? So perhaps you sit this one out.
Oh, so now you want me to sit it out? Oh.
Well, I
Yes.
would have done this earlier.
Had me running around all this time, and now I have to sit it out.
You don't have
Yes.
to sit it out. I just figured you'd want to sit it out, and if you have an issue with the Tanner, I'm the one who carried the piss bucket down through the town the second time around that apparently we didn't even need.
Aldo, just
No,
you're not-
I need to see the look on this guy's face when we get here with this thing.
Just
you'd
allow us to
rather
at
go
least-
back into the smell than just hang out here with Ashanti while we deal with it.
It's fine if you want to go in, but we need this job to get done.
What are you saying, Colin?
That you didn't seem interested in the job getting done at all earlier, then all of a sudden there's a piss ban and the guy won't do it. I'm just wondering if perhaps maybe you didn't...
Mikhail,
Yeah,
did the
your
guy
best foot forward.
want to do it? Did the guy want to do it, Mikhail?
He was mad at you, Aldo. He was mad at you. He even
He
explicitly,
was mad at me for what?
You spilled piss on his floor. Then you giggled about it. I was there.
She's
loves
gonna
you,
look
man.
at look at Mikhail, then look at Aldo, then look back at Mikhail as you're describing this.
You put piss on his floor. We needed more piss. Wait, you had more piss?
Not on purpose.
Purpose.
Am I not allowed to make a mistake? I tripped. I'm sorry that I tripped, Koa.
Why would you have giggled about it if it was an
It was
accident?
complete because it was kind of funny, but at the same time, it was an accident.
Aldo's giving off the heaviest younger sibling in trouble. Like just throwing shit everywhere. It's like, nah, you're not gonna catch me. My
So the
God.
piss ban, this guy doesn't want to do the job, and also you accidentally spilled piss on his floor. There's a lot of
You know what?
coincidences here.
You
that
know
went
what,
wrong.
Koa? Next time you want somebody to do all this stuff, you do it.
I was planning on doing it, but we had a weird concoction of things that happened today.
Yeah, right. Well,
Mikhail was forced to sit and drink more people while I had things to attend to that were important, and you were the one up. You were the one that was.
Why did you say more? Why did you say more people?
Just
Maybe
in case,
there's
Mikhail, we
something
don't know.
To this, Aldo, do you have a problem with tanners in general? Is this, she says, trying to make sense of it?
Aldo sighs and he's look, I didn't want to say anything, but that's look, my family didn't have the greatest relationship with our tanner back home. And that's one of the reasons why I left.
Koa will like bite his tongue because Ashanti's here, but he's giving you a look of incredulity at this point, like there is no way there is another layer of bullshit that you are trying to spread on this shit sandwich right now.
She says, Koa, he's trying to explain. Look,
right.
look,
And I'm sure this is my listening face.
She'll look at Aldo and say, do you care to explain, or I know it's been a frustrating day so far.
Yes, I hope it's not too sensitive of a topic, Aldo. If it is, by all means.
He looks at her and he says, well, you know how we all have, and he like gestures to where she has that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's too painful to talk about, but oh, the shame.
Koa just looks at
shame of it all.
Mikhail like this. We are letting this happen. Like we are letting him bullshit the fuck out of her at this point.
Mikhail keeps like glancing at her face, like, is she actually buying this?
Unfortunately, he rolled very well each time. She has no reason to question it. It is just
we're the villains in her eye right now. Comparatively, this is
I wouldn't say villains is one of those like you are probably too close to have a step back to realize not villains. I wouldn't say villains, but either way. So
we're the antagonists of the moment.
Well, antagonist sounds like that, yeah.
Mikhail has like the same like just what the fuck face, and he takes out his lute and just starts playing sad music.
She'll actually say to Aldo, she'll say, "You don't have to. It's fine." And then you start playing sad music, and then I imagine everybody falls quiet unless you guys care to say anything, and just.
This is where we go into perform oratory here, and we give the saga of.
Koa is going through the list of gods and goddesses he believes in, wondering which one to question for the predicament that they found themselves in today.
Well, there's
I don't know if we have any luck left, but I'm just going to avoid rolling for like 1 second just in case, because no matter what I roll here, if we have any luck, I'm going to use it.
Anyone want to contribute to the Aldo trying to get pity laid luck table?
Excuse me.
Worthy cause.
Right? That has not been the motivation at all.
Go ahead and roll your die roll.
The answer looks to be yes.
Surprise me.
Oh
my fucking God.
course.
Did you still want to use that?
There's no dice in the pool. Scott?
At least there was no luck in the pool. So
damn.
Oh, one came in now.
Even Koa and Mikhail have to admit they're getting engrossed in the story.
I mean, it's a good story, but that doesn't necessarily mean they believe it. I actually assume that they don't believe a fucking word.
We are getting a new level of appreciation.
They're captivated by it all the same.
Yes, I can appreciate your level of bullshitting to a degree I didn't know I could before, but I still think it's bullshit. I'm just learning, like, is he? Do I even know him? Like,
yeah, exactly.
So
Is Aldo real?
How many times has he done this to us?
Yeah, like
he's so good at it.
Like, oh my God, if I didn't not believe him, I would believe him.
All right.
And then you realize that the ship between him and Elliot started with Elliot being sold Billy as a real person. And then Aldo came out afterwards. Elliot was the victim there too. The real villain in this campaign.
I also want to point out how stingy Jaaek can be with dice. But he's like, I'm lucking this one no matter what. Just, Aldo's motivations here. I think we're learning a bit about both tonight.
Everyone really wanted Mikhail to be the villain, but I think it's too late. I think it's too late.
We know how Ashanti's hot, right? We rolled for hotness. She's like attractive.
Yeah, she's attractive. Yeah. But
Okay.
so
This is all making more sense to me. I get it, man. I used a hero point on this shit. I get it. I'm not judging. I sympathize.
okay, well,
You're going for that
Alright.
Tasian tail. I understand.
sorry.
I swear to God, sometimes I'll literally think a thing and be like, I'm not gonna say that, and then I'll just hear Wade say it.
For those of you that
fucking
aren't familiar, she's
surreal.
from the nation of Tasian Dale, hence Tasian Tail. Sorry to explain the joke.
It's a
but-
pun.
Yeah, but not everybody would know that. Oh God, that was good. That was good. Top tier RP. All right, so oh God, and now I'm hearing RP the way that Drake said, like Dave Freeze. Oh,
Why are you hearing it that way?
anyways,
Oh, because
so,
of it. Yeah.
all right, moving on. So you guys get back there, and when you guys get there, you don't even get out of the cart immediately, because the last, like, say, like when you pull into your driveway and you listen to a song you really like, it's got like 15 seconds left, so you don't get out of the car right away, you let the song finish. Like Jake's finishing the story as you guys, and like once he's coming to the tail end of the story, finally like climbing out of the cart or whatever to get in, because it was legitimately a top tier story, Jake, because it's important for the sake of future RP. We do need like 3 to 5 bullet points to reference back to as needed.
I think he earned a hero
the
point.
story?
on This has been such
No,
an
That's what I was
elaborate.
thinking.
No.
I was
I
thinking
think
the same
I
thing.
earned a hero point after
This has been so elaborate. This piss RP.
no.
Can we get villain points? Do those work? Do they just do the same thing?
I mean, he has put a lot into this, Scott. This is like 4 or 5 rolls. This is all this convincing.
No.
You get a poll for whether or not Aldo should get a hero point.
I'm gonna give you a poll, okay? So you give me 3 to 5 bullet points for story building in the future.
I don't know. What are the two one's Mithril and one's Cold Iron, right?
Yes.
Which one's which again?
Oh, both? Are you talking about in
No, like there's like regions.
Oh,
you
the
said.
north would have been more of
Pulls up.
the Mithril. The south would have been more Cold Iron. So Mithril would have been
Okay.
the north, which I believe your character is saying he's from.
Yeah. Okay. So, bullet points is Aldo was from there. He had the thing. Then Tanner was heaps jealous of him. Made up all these lies and fabricated all this evidence. I don't know. Something happened. He ended up wounding Aldo and stealing his thing. Aldo wasn't able to get it back, and his family was shamed, and he had to flee and leave. And he's never forgot the Tanner ever since.
Okay.
Yeah.
The Tanner's name.
Tim the
You've
Tan
never
Man.
forgotten them.
Greg.
Greg. All right.
Greg the Tanner.
Greg the Tanner. At least it wasn't like Tan, like Queer Eye, Tan the Tanner. So who is
Poll only has
who's
10 votes, chat. This is really pathetic.
by far my favorite member of that cast. Love that guy. Or yeah. Anyways, so let's keep going. So you guys are able to, you get there, and then once the story's over, I imagine Koa and Mikhail exchange looks one more time, like, wow. And then they will pull the corpse off the cart, which is, again, takes a few tries to properly grab to be able to do so because of like how strange it is. But eventually you're able to grab it, and you can pull the thing off the cart onto the ground so you can splay it out so you can properly see it. And you can go inside and get the guy. Who's going inside? It's going to be Mikhail?
Yeah.
Is it true though that when Mikhail goes inside, there's the guy sitting on like a chair elevated above everyone else, and there's guards kissing the ring on his finger?
No, actually,
That's
they're
what I
kissing the
wanna
ring
know.
on his toes.
Mm,
Yeah.
let's see.
Yeah.
On this, the day
I
of
knew they
his
do
mother's
it
wedding.
differently in Adir, but all right.
Yeah. He's exceptionally long toes, which these guards are into. So,
I want you to know, Scott, hero point worthy. 100% of people said yes comparatively to no.
Yes. Which was less than there were people that are like, why do I live?
It's a valid question, but
But out of
nobody
yes
said
and no,
no.
yes one.
Like,
Yeah.
like how many billions of years of randomness and chance led us to the moment?
That is the question to ponder, and everyone does. Hence the votes for that. But I'm just saying there were 0 votes no.
Uh-huh.
Really
There
should
were
have
two
right
no's in
choice
that.
voting.
There were 2 no's in that poll there. Anyways, so you guys, Mikhail, are you the one that goes inside to get him
Yeah.
alone?
I go inside. He's not checking to see if someone comes with him, so
Okay.
it's up to the other 2.
Sure. So you go inside, and when you come back, when you walk in, he looks and he says, "Oh, thank God, you neither stole anything or brought him back."
He's outside.
Oh,
Yeah. But so is the creature, so you'll want to come take a look. It's pretty weird.
your eyes are feeling better, not fully, but they're feeling better by the way.
Yeah, she's like kind of squinting.
Yeah, he says, "Just give me a few minutes to finish up what I'm doing here," and he'll go back to like stretching or whatever he's got to do, applying chemical, whatever. All the
Counting his piss buckets. Yeah.
Before he goes to the outside, which most of the stretching is actually gonna happen in the sun because you want to like dry and stretch them. Whatever, you get the idea. So he goes will eventually go outside several minutes later to see you guys there. He'll see the 4 of you, and again he just kind of gives a cross look to Aldo, but we'll go over to look at the thing that's on the ground. He's like, "Ooh, that thing looks strange."
Yeah. You want to see the weirder part about it, though? I'll go and, like, climb down into it.
Ah, fuck. It's like, I know I've been busy, but we've been out here digging a hole?
No.
Koa will move it to show there's no hole under it.
Like, you go and grab the edge,
Like
and it takes you a second to successfully do so, and you grab it and you lift it up, the same way you would lift up, like, a blanket. And he's just like, what the fuck? And, like, literally, you can have... what's his name? Mikhail walk over to the corner where he is and like be standing in the hole there, and then you pick it up so he can't even see Mikhail anymore. You pick up the hole that, and when that happens, like, so it's not even like it's like not even just a trick of the like smoke and mirrors kind of situation. He literally sees that he stumbles backwards, like what the fuck, and like stumbles backwards, trips over like a rock or whatever in the road, and like falls on his ass. He's like, "What kind of devilry is this?"
I'm not sure what you've been told, but we have a creature here that we need to get tanned that is kind of unusual and rare, and we heard that you were very good at your job, so despite all of the difficulties of getting you to see it, here it is. So, can you tan this?
This is what Ashanti was trying to explain earlier. He was like yelling.
He was told exactly this, she says to Koa, and says, "And I have the specialized chemicals you need to accomplish the task. Like, I have the things that you need." And he's like, and there's no evil in this thing. And she's like, no more so than there would be in a regular hole. Or
no, it was killed a couple of days ago, and it's been decaying, so time is a bit precious.
Well, yeah, if leather starts to rot, if hide starts to rot, it doesn't make for good leather. Yeah. It's not going to be... I can't promise any outcomes with this.
Well, I can tell you that if you successfully do tan this, it will definitely spread your reputation quite a ways, because, well, we'll be impressed.
Always good to impress the Valiant Few. Can someone help me out of this?
You say that, and he goes, huh, "It would be." And then he stands up.
Would be? Neither of you told him.
And he's, again, he stands up. What?
I was worried there was a fucking piss mafia at first.
We are the Valiant Few. We killed this thing when we are the Valiant Few.
Oh.
Koa, please. He's like still in the hole.
Mikhail, I'll get you out in a moment.
Oh, you're Koa. And he actually will walk up to you and say, like he'll actually walks up to you and says, "Oh, I honestly, you're not as tall as I expected, but I heard about you."
Hopefully good things.
Great things. Are you kidding me? He's like, I don't personally know anybody, but I know a lot of people that know people that you guys helped out. Actually, I heard one of you are wearing some of my leathers, he says with a big smile. And he looks down the hole and says, I bet it was you.
All three of us will be, actually.
Soon.
He said, you say all three of us will be. He's like, really? And like his eyes light up. He goes, I'd be more than happy to tan this. And then he'll like lean down to go and help you up, Mikhail. And I imagine Koa does too. So you have like one hand in each hand and they easily hoist you up. Because this guy is not a scrawny guy. Like doing leather working, doing tanning is really fucking hard work. So he's got, corded arms, all that stuff. Not that he's warrior strong, right? There's different, different muscles, different whatever. But anyways, he helps you up easily. And he's like, I'd be more than happy to. But even for the Valiant Few, it's going to have a bit of a fee.
Well, what do you think it would cost?
How about this? I'll do the work for free. But if it's successful, I'd like to keep a bit of it for myself.
As long as it maintains its utility and such, then I don't think that would be a problem. He says, looking at like Ashanti and Mikhail, who are the two most knowledgeable about it.
I think that's very generous.
Ashanti says, Ashanti says, I'm with no problem. It's not mine, but something like this, it would expand your reputation. Other people might seek you out to make more of these in the future.
Well, assuming many people can kill these and bring them in, it wasn't exactly the simplest of tasks. He's like trying to pat himself on the back.
She nods and says, well, the transportation would certainly be, you can always transport them live.
Koa shudders, remembering how this thing lunged at him.
It really didn't seem to like the idea of that, but maybe.
Have you ever seen one of these?
I think it's a fine deal.
Do you know how they attack with the...
No, I read about them.
They have a longer reach than you would expect for a hole.
She says, oh, no, I've never seen one alive or really read much about them, just the properties of them and how to treat them.
We can discuss its tactics in a bit, I suppose. But yes, that sounds like a generous offer.
And so, yeah, he says, all right, deal. I'll go to shake your hand.
Cole put out his hand.
Yep. And she looks at Aldo and says, stay calm. And then we'll hop down and say, they can bring it in. I'll go over the treatment with you. I might have to stay here to help you work. And he's like, hey, a friend of the Valiant Few is a friend of mine as well. Introduces himself or whatever. And then he says to Mikhail or whoever's closer to him at the time. I'll assume Mikhail because I assume Koa is really doing the brunt work of moving this thing. He says, so where's the third?
You met him.
What? No. Aldo. Where's Aldo?
Oh, Aldo. He'll probably introduce himself soon enough.
And she says,
he gets around.
Aldo's? And she turns and goes to gesture. I don't know if you try to stop.
Koa's like, if I could borrow you right here, Ashanti, I'm starting to lose grip.
Heads over.
And then he'll like look at her and like shake his head, like giving her a look of just like, let it. Well,
she's not dumb. She picks it up and lets it go.
She had to hear Mikhail catch himself, so
yep,
probably figured it out.
So either way, you blah 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 details. It's going to take time. Literally, tanning in real life takes weeks to months. Some types of tanning can take over a year. We don't know how long this will take. He's still learning. She gives some guidance or whatever to it and says, whatever she believed, but he's the expert. She's just, I believe I read, So they're guessing anywhere between 1 to 3 months for this to be accomplished, but we'll see how it plays out in the end. But yeah, he agrees. He gives you back your deposit, by the way, and he agrees to keep some of it and not a large amount, a small amount of it in exchange for the work to do so and the opportunity.
We should leave before we discover that Aldo accidentally spilled one of the other piss buckets in the cart.
No, just took a piss in the corner of the place. Like literally while people distracting, he just whipped it out, took a piss, and walked around the corner like nothing happened. Probably
Right
eating
on
an
the
apple
dude's
without
judge
washing
chair.
his hands.
Oh God.
No, he's he's not even here. That was not me. I swear to you, that was not me.
Getting away with this.
I swear to you, that was not me. It says Jake. I can't roll it saying Jake. I can roll it saying Aldo. Like, God damn it.
Unbelievable.
Wow. Okay.
Well, okay.
Okay.
He really is a cat.
Yeah,
Whenever
take
we're
me past the
leaving,
house.
assuming that this conversation's over, whenever they're heading out,
You guys can head out. Yeah.
I understand that this town may not be the most friendly to us, but every now and then a name drop for a sake might be worth it. We could have saved a lot of headaches, perhaps.
I've done it before, but I still wasn't sure about the whole this guy being in cahoots with the guards. I was with Aldo. You know how convincing he is.
Well, that was for both of you, but yes, I understand. We definitely know how convincing. Like he says, like looking at Aldo.
Uh-huh.
Everything that I said was true.
That's the scary part, is it wasn't, but I almost believe you anyway.
Let's see here.
Ugh.
Any of it true?
Usually
Aldo?
I'm scared of Koa, but no, you're
Only in the
making a case for
darkness.
yourself.
I'm only scary in the dark. Only Aldo's the one scary in the light.
So anyways, eventually you will kind of like head back to the main part of the town, and she'll break off with you and just remind you, Mikhail, don't use magic until the morning. Let us check on you first.
Right, of course. I'm keeping it in mind. I'm pretty constantly reminding myself, especially since I stepped through piss earlier and
It's sloshed,
really want to cast
Mikhail.
a spell.
The bucket sloshed.
Actually, speaking of a bucket, maybe leave one in your room just in case tonight.
Cole will look almost thinking he means like the piss bucket. He's like, oh, for Mikhail.
Oh, right. Yeah. Hopefully it helps. Something. Yeah, we'll see.
Great. So you guys go separate ways. Any more conversations tonight or in the morning?
Cole would check in on Gwen. We don't have to RP it, but he would just check on her, knowing that she's going through. And then the three of us would have to talk about the fact that we can't go to Jerdis Crack for another 3 days.
Okay, cool.
Mhm.
So flash forward. In the morning, when you see her, she actually says to you, you know, Mikhail, you know what I just realized? Last night you contributed for if I was to do this work myself. With that stuff in your system, who knows what that would have done?
What do you mean?
You pissed in the bucket with the concoction running through your system. I don't know what kind of reaction that could have happened to the tanning I was going to attempt to do.
Right.
Your arrival may have stopped a catastrophe.
Wouldn't be the
Meanwhile,
first
there's
time.
a fish with Mikhail piss going into its gills.
Just like grows an arm.
Final boss. We get to level 6. The final boss is a fish in Hod Gwen.
With one arm.
The fish that punches.
Was it
Fucking
Rick
Dark
and
Souls
Morty or
health bar.
SpongeBob where they had like the one really strong arm and just punched everything?
I know in SpongeBob they had the anchor arms.
Yeah, I think Rick and Morty, it was like a dude he just had like one really strong arm. It was like in a Mad Max world or something.
Jesus.
Anyways, so
yeah.
so-
She's
so-
like, yeah, wouldn't be the first time.
but yeah, so that whole bit, and it's like that could have been gone poorly. So they do their whole checkup on you or whatever. Her and Gwen look a lot better. They actually got some sleep last night. They look you over, and then finally they say, "Okay, I think everything's worked fine. The magics that you know, Gwen said you can fix things.
Yeah, I can. I know mending.
perhaps that's a good one to start with, unless you have something else that you can.
A few things. I have mage hand, so I can move things remotely. I can create lights. But if you
Whatever
need
you
something
want to
repaired,
do. Test it out.
do you need something repaired?
I mean, if I remember correctly, that spell takes a while, right?
About 10 minutes, but that means there's a lot to observe.
Make a fair point. All right. She looks around for a second, and then she says, I think all of us can agree we don't like buckets right now. And she'll like take one and put it on the ground and stomp on it a couple of times so the wood starts cracking. And
Koa gets the 1,000-yard stare, remembering the splash that he thinks hit him in the face.
She stomps on the bucket a couple of times so the wood starts cracking or breaks and a couple of chips come off or whatever. And Gwen's like, we didn't have to be so destructive. And she shrugs and says, hey, listen, I find old artifacts all the time. It's interesting to see how magics can make my job easier. Maybe I studied the wrong thing. Shrugs, handing you the bucket.
Yep, I'll set it down somewhere and start casting mending.
They're all going to be able to converse, have small talk or whatever it is while you finish casting the spell. Eventually, you've finished casting the spell and you've successfully mended the bucket.
I boop it for...
Mm-hmm. She's like, did that feel different?
Did it?
I mean, no, it felt like you cast mending.
No, felt about the same as normal.
Oh, okay. Here, let's do it again. And she goes over and grabs something else, like a wooden spoon, and like snaps it and hands it to you.
Okay.
If you're testing his magic, why don't you just use your lights, see if they're any brighter? I don't know how that stuff works.
Maybe repair the spoon first.
She already broke the spoon.
But that's not a bad idea.
Yeah, if that doesn't seem any different, it'll take another 10 minutes.
Sure. Okay. Spoon's repaired. Doesn't seem unusual.
Yeah, seems about normal to me.
Aldo's got a brilliant idea.
Oh. Koa will look away just in case the lights are so bright and blinding that like they damage his eyes or something. So he's like,
nope. Normal lights.
Huh. What was it supposed to do?
It's supposed to enhance your magic.
Oh.
Maybe it failed. This is dancing. It's dancing lights, correct? Isn't there another way to incant it? Maybe change the colors or the shape or something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can do different colors, or I can make it into like a sort of a blobby, semi-humanoid shape.
Sure. Why don't you try it again? Do that.
Okay.
Maybe it's more realistic looking?
Maybe.
good to see Mikhail doing some exercise. I think he's been slacking on this.
I will make the vague humanoid shape.
You say that. Unfortunately, you don't get a chuckle from either of the ladies who have studied this kind of stuff before. So they're just concentrating on what's
Aldo
going
might
on.
have laughed, right?
Aldo definitely laughed.
There you go.
You.
It was, but Koa thinks. I mean, Aldo lies a lot. Maybe that laugh was a lie.
Look, a pity laugh or a fake laugh is better than no laugh.
Okay. It doesn't work. She says, "You said you can move stuff, move objects."
Yeah, mage hand. No, I've only got a couple more castings in me right now.
Well, then let's make sure we do the full gambit of testing here.
Maybe if you practiced every day, you could cast a bit more.
There's yes and no. I practice a lot. It just takes a long time for these
I've
things
never
to
seen you
expand.
practice.
You don't know what me practicing looks like.
Playing the lute or reading.
Those are different.
He thinks about all of his like push-ups and stuff he's been doing, like increasing his workout regimen. And he's remembering you like playing one more song. Like,
Okay.
I do like 500 more sit-ups than I used to, but like, cool, yeah, man. You played a couple more notes. That's cool.
Cool.
So say normally I can only move something up to about 5 pounds. I wonder if maybe I could. Target something heavier. Think that might work.
Yeah, she says, well, let's start with something light. Let's not tax it first.
Something normal?
Yeah,
Okay.
regular, yeah. She walks over. There's a limit to it. It's like 10 pounds or something, right? And she walks over.
5.
And she takes the bucket, and she's like, yeah, catch this. And she like tosses the bucket at you, like you're going to be able to cast it fast enough to catch the bucket. But instead, in the middle of casting it, it's going to end up whacking you. Make a concentration check.
If she says catch and tosses it at me, I'm just
No,
gonna
I mean,
not,
like, as you're starting to
catch
cast
it.
the spell, she'll toss
Oh,
it.
jeez.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll just boop and then concentration. Yeah.
Okay. You don't lose concentration, so it smacks you in the face. And I imagine you're not too happy afterwards. And she's like, ooh, sorry.
No, it's okay. He needs this.
Pick the bucket up and put it down.
I really don't, honestly. Still aching off the fucking fire punching me in the chest. So I just like lift and lower the bucket several times.
Maybe it helps with your concentration. Maybe that's how it works. Koa, see if you can break his concentration.
He like cracks his neck, walks up. Where would you like it, Mikhail?
I turned the bucket upside down and lowered onto his head.
Ah, the head. I'll go to slap you.
Full on open palm slap. You can roll concentration, or you can just choose to fail, or your choice.
It's not a particularly hard slap.
Where are these coming from? Why?
Mikhail, you seem to work better whenever I'm hitting you.
She's like, hold on, is it still working? Bucket goes.
Yep, still working. I've just now been slapped while
anyone else
doing
wanna
this.
Slap him. Make sure it's not just me.
She's like, I don't want you to harm him. You could also just bind his arms, wrestle.
That's not what it's like when we're out there in the field fighting, though. You have to get the real feel for what's happening.
You've tested my concentration. I should probably... Look, I have one more casting, okay? And after that, it's all the spells that hurt.
She's like, fine, then drop that one and cast on this one over here. This.
I dropped the bucket on Koa's head.
Aldo, perhaps you should test his concentration this time.
Okay.
She'll get an object. She'll get a separate bucket over there, but this one, metal, so it's heavier or whatever. And she's like, see if you can pick this one up as you cast again.
What is Aldo doing to try to break my concentration?
Well, first you cast your spell, and you're able to pick up the bucket, right? And she's like, all right, hold on, and she'll go and
heavier
grab
than 5 pounds?
What was that?
Is the bucket itself heavier than 5 pounds?
It's probably close to like maybe 4 pounds, 5 pounds, something
Okay.
like that. And then so when the bucket's able to move, she's like, hold that steady, and she'll put some stuff into it, so that like pour some sand or whatever it might be into it. But then the bucket just like falls and clatters to the ground and spills out because there's more weights than you can support.
Mm.
So if you keep wanting to move the bucket, you'd have to like move it sideways to spill out whatever sand is inside there, and then you can pick it back up again. Aldo, you want to try to break his concentration?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. I just walk behind him and put my foot like where the back of his knee is, and I just kind of like push it in.
Okay, holding on to it, no problem.
Ow, damn! Look, alright, I'm actually good at this too, even without alchemical enhancements.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought I was helping you out, but apparently not. She seems disappointed. Do you know any other magic?
I do. Set the bucket down. Say, but it's stuff like putting people to sleep or...
Try that. You know what? Honestly, these two just hurt you. Just put... Oh, wait. Hold on. No. Well, maybe, because that's a whole different tier of magics, isn't it? Maybe that works. Go ahead and step back.
Yeah, let's just hope it's not enhanced to kill. Koa like sits on the floor ready to be.
Yeah, so does Aldo.
He'll actually lay flat, thinking about the fact that's when his head hitting the floor. Right.
Okay, you guys make your will saves.
Can we intentionally just fail?
Technically,
You can choose to fail saves, yeah.
No, I don't. Apparently.
I do.
Oh, Jesus.
Aldo passes out. And Gwen's like, wow, Koa. I was, and what's her name? Ashanti will chime in and say, actually, you're trained at the Bardic school down in Bard, right? The capital. You probably know lullaby. See if you can lullaby Koa to see if this will work better.
I can't now.
Why not?
Because I've used up all of that energy for those spells.
And she's like, oh, I'm sorry. And she thinks for a second. And then as you're waiting and thinking, you realize, actually, maybe you didn't. You do feel like you do have some more energy left.
I mean, maybe I have a little left. It's kind of odd. I'm usually pretty exact.
Hey, Mikhail, I told you should just be practicing. It's already paying dividends.
Yep. Probably should. He'll start casting lullaby.
So -2 to his will saves, and you can go ahead and cast sleep again, because I think you can cast that a couple more times.
Yep.
Wade, you can go ahead and roll your will save for the -2.
Doesn't matter.
Just so you know, a natty 20 does matter for saves as opposed to skills. It literally has no effect on you whatsoever.
This is making you look so good, Mikhail. I apologize.
And so you like lullaby him, and you can actually see the lullaby affects him. He actually maybe yawns when you cast a spell, and then you cast sleep. It has no effect on him whatsoever. And it's one of those things where what is it? She's like, wow, actually, Koa, that is impressive. This is Ashanti chiming in this time as opposed to Gwen last time. That is impressive.
Maybe I don't have to make sure out of the way from now on. You sure you're not paired?
Yes.
Huh.
Are you sure you hit the right spot?
Yeah, it's possible to resist it, like most magic. Koa, maybe you're not the best test subject, but Aldo, he should be out for a couple of minutes.
Hit me again.
If no one wakes him.
Well, no, you can try other magics on him instead.
But,
some other weaker, like maybe you can daze him or something. Don't hurt him.
Do I think I can try daze again?
I mean, it depends on how strong of will he is. You can give it a try.
No, Scott. Because I'm over my.
I mean, you feel taxed, but you think you might be able to cast it.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. I think maybe it expanded my reserves a bit. I normally don't have this much in me.
It's like if you're at the gym and you're working out and you're like, usually I stop at 15 because I know that's my limit. You're at like 17 and you feel like you got a few more reps in you.
All right, yeah, we'll go for days.
Go for days, huh?
You see, Mikhail, I told you exercise and working out will pay dividends, and eventually you'll
Stop! Jesus.
She says, so when you cast a spell and does nothing, she's like, oh no. Mikhail, I am so sorry. I thought it was Koa at first, but I think I negatively impacted your magics. And Gwen's like, no. Well, you say no, and Gwen's like, yeah, look at Aldo. Well, actually, he might just be faking really well. She says, looking at Aldo and frowning. And then she, gives like a little bit of a sigh and walks over and like nudges Aldo with her foot. All right, Aldo, wake up. You don't have to pretend.
She's like, don't nudge him too hard.
And she's like, Aldo, come on, wake up. You don't have to pretend. And Gwen's kind of, not Gwen, sorry. Ashanti's kind of confused by this. She's like, no, he's out. She's like, no, he's really good at this stuff. And then nudges him a couple times.
I think he's actually asleep.
I want to see how long he's asleep.
I imagine the four of them are standing over him, just like looking down.
I was still laying on the floor, like ready for Mikhail to hit him again.
Shrugs. If you want to get him with something else.
Okay.
Yes, what else you have, Mikhail? Perhaps
Do I
the
still
elder was
have-
right. Maybe this chosen business is true.
Do I still have 0 level spells left? Scott?
You feel like once again, you think you can keep going. Like there's almost like the magic inside you is burning, but you can still push.
Let's go again. Snaps his fingers, tries daze again at Koa. Fucking finally. Jesus.
So Koa, you are stunned. Oh no, not stunned. Sorry, you are dazed, which means technically you lose your actions. But more or less, your character just becomes like you can still technically, mechanically defend yourself if somebody were to attack you, so on and so forth. But you lose your actions for that turn. So more or less, you just become disoriented. Like you literally just become very disoriented, to the point where again you can defend yourself adequately,
Sure.
but you can't
So he
act out.
sits up. He's like, "Come on, Mikhail, hit me with something else, and I'll see if
That one's stuck.
it does what it's meant."
Gwen says, "Oh, maybe he's just really thick-headed."
Well, we already knew that.
Oh, yes. I would think that that would probably help.
But no, normally I wouldn't be able to cast these that many times. Oh, geez, Aldo's still asleep.
What happened? That felt a little odd.
Daze.
Ashanti will lean in and say, maybe you can make a fun smell for him. Like while he's dazed, he's like, maybe you can make a fun smell for him. And so when he comes to and he's like, yes, you have prestidigitation, obviously. And so when he comes to, he's like, oh, what was that? I was a little off. What do you do, sir?
I don't know what's like near him that I would cast prestidigitation on. I don't like the chair he's standing next
His
to.
shirt.
Can I cast it on an attended object?
Technically, it would have to be allowed, if you will, because that's where the saving throw comes into place. But you could do it at an object next to him.
I'm down on the floor, probably by the bucket you put on my head. You can always do it on the bucket.
Yep. What do you do
Yeah,
though?
true. I will make the bucket. Shit, I don't know. Hold on.
I'll make it smell like this.
No.
If I thought there was a piss bucket on my head, I would lose it.
Oh, god damn it.
That you did the thing. So no, I'll make it smell like really strong mint.
So he's like, so
Strong
you come
minty
back
smell.
and Koa, you were saying, oh, what happened there? And you were dazed. Was Mikhail's response, but
What happened? I felt a little. What does that smell? Fresh.
What smell?
Minty?
Yes, it worked.
Did you clean the bucket? Was I out? Did it work?
You weren't asleep, but you
Aldo
smell
wakes
mint now. Oh, yeah, right about 2 minutes, right?
Well, you finally managed to crack my shell. What's my weak spot, Mikhail?
Overconfidence.
Oh.
You should stop smelling mint now. Obviously, it lasts longer than that. But
What happens if I don't stop smelling mint?
no, you will. Yeah, it should be done definitely by now. Yeah.
It's not. Did I eat people?
no, Koa, no.
It's
What
okay,
happened
Gwen.
to me?
You can tell him. You can tell him. He's a big boy. He'll understand.
Understand what?
She frowns at you. She doesn't think the joke's funny.
You didn't eat people. You're fine.
Right. Then
But you still smell mint?
Yes?
That's a little odd.
How strong has your magic become? And why is it only in scent?
I don't know.
Should we hold that one?
Guess I have to keep experimenting. But at least mint's a pleasant smell. I mean, won't mind if that lasts forever.
No, there are worse smells, I suppose. So do you feel stronger? You have more Finger wiggling stamina or something?
The finger wiggling stamina has never been an issue. It's the stuff up here. I definitely feel like my reserves are expanded. That's
Do you
for
think
sure.
it was the concoction or the slaps? Or both?
Definitely the concoction.
Damn.
Being slapped has never made my magic stronger.
Yeah.
That never. So
when you're thinking about the magic as you're
Huh.
talking about it, contemplating it, sticking with the gym analogy that we were going with beforehand, how you just have enough to do a couple extra reps or whatever. It's more like if you've ever seen the movie Unbreakable, where Bruce Willis realizes he can just keep going.
yeah, I love that movie actually. It's a great movie.
It's one of those, like, it's not just he has a few extra reps. He always feels like he only has like one or two more left in him, but then he can just keep going. And so you come to the realization that these cantrips, is what the Arcane Congress taught you to call them, there seems to be no end to them. It's taxing. You can feel it after the first, maybe several or so being cast, but they are there, readily available as you need them.
I think I can just keep doing these now.
All of them?
Just the cantrips.
I don't know the difference.
So when I put people to sleep, that's a full spell, not a cantrip. The ear-piercing scream where I yell and you guys don't hear it and stuff gets hurt.
The fixing of things.
That's the what?
The fixing things.
The fixing things. That's a cantrip.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, it just takes 10 minutes, but
And the lights.
cantrip.
The mint smell.
That one was special, but a cantrip. Yeah,
The removing of shit and blood.
cantrip.
Excellent. Oh,
Daze, cantrip. Lullaby, also a cantrip. Moving shit. That's mage hand. Also a cantrip.
This
I
is
imagine if you
riveting
worked so hard practicing the other one.
to work through, but Mikhail, that's incredible. That's the idea that you can just do this. Don't push yourself too hard, but maybe each day, like Koa was saying earlier, exercise a bit more. See how far you
has
can
to
push it.
cross his arms and look at you confidently, like overconfidence. Oh, yes, Mikhail, I will be your trainer.
What?
Honestly, not a bad idea. Someone to keep track of how many times he casts.
I can count. Look, it's different. Training makes sense now. It didn't make sense before for me to just constantly use up all of the energy because I might need it, right? It'd be like every time you work out going to your absolute limit. It's not the smart way to do that.
Yes, but we can now do it when you're riding in the back of a cart or on a horse or while doing sit-ups or push-ups or something. We're going to push it to its limit to make sure that you're in as great magical and physical shape as you can be.
The sit-ups and push-ups maybe we can talk about, but everything else, yeah, it makes sense. In the back of a cart, I can just do things that aren't too
One-handed
obvious.
push-ups while you cast with the other hand?
Maybe I can use both hands at first, till I get used to it, at least.
This is going to be great, Mikhail. I look forward to it. I never had a pupil before. Make me a teacher. Trainer?
Let me know when you find one.
Mentor.
Mentor. Good word. I'll take good care of him. He'll say as he like claps Mikhail on the back.
Yeah.
What's her name? Gwen gives Ashanti a look and like gestures towards the back room, and the two of them leave to go to the back room of the place.
We'll see. But thank you, by the way. It seems to work.
Thank you. Thank you for being willing. And she'll actually stop and kind of takes a couple steps back to you. And thanks for taking it in stride, considering,
I know you wouldn't have done anything terrible knowingly, so don't worry about it.
I'm glad you think that, she says, and gives like a devilish smile, but then we'll turn and join Gwen out back.
Then you remember the drink she handed you when you walked in?
You're rubbing off. You're a bad influence.
Koa looked at Aldo. Well, which one?
You. Like, and both of you.
Aldo, I think this is an amazing breakthrough. We need to push Mikhail to his limits.
Aldo still hasn't got up off the floor.
What did you do to him?
Put him to sleep. I think now he's just enjoying being on the floor. Aldo, do you want to stay there?
You finished casting things on Koa?
For
Wait.
now.
Were you pretending to be asleep so you were no longer a guinea pig?
No, but I figured that it didn't work on you, so we just kept going because I was asleep, and then when I woke up, he was still casting things.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, no. Yeah, you're good. I'll pick up the bucket.
Turns out my training regimen, I think, has helped me get a resistance to such magics.
That's good.
Yeah. I think I can just leave him in the line of fire for sleep now.
Yeah.
It's going to end so well.
Well, so what are you gonna do now?
Well,
Oh, wait, we need to go to the crack.
That's in a couple
I
of
mean,
days.
Oh, right.
You can use these cantrips. I heard you said, like what?
Yeah.
Endlessly.
I could keep going for sure. Which is weird.
Just think though, in the cold, you can use the heat more often, or when we're covered in different things out and about in the field, you can clean us up more. Like, it can be excellent. All of our food and water can taste excellent all the time.
Yeah. I'm honestly still grappling with the implications. I mean,
Oh, we're going to use
really
and
sure what
abuse
to
this.
say. To an extent, we do still have to be somewhat discreet. Not everyone takes too kindly to me casting spells.
Remember that water we had whenever we were in the forest up north with the vines? It was so good. Can you make my water taste like that right now?
I mean, I could, technically. I'll prestidigitation on his water.
To make it taste like what?
And hand it to Aldo.
Hold on. To make it taste like
Just
what?
he thinks about it, but he's like, no. He will make it taste like the super good water.
Okay. To the best of your
It's like-
memory of it, right?
Yeah. It'll at least taste good.
Koa takes a sip and like offers it to Aldo.
Aldo shakes his head.
Damn it. I was hoping you'd recast it in the middle of the sip change.
Right.
Oh, that's funny.
But what I was getting at,
same-
Mikhail, and I'm not suggesting this in any way, shape, or form, but if you ingested more of this, would it change the rest?
I don't know. I was kind of thinking about it. I'm not sure if it's had any effect on my full power spells. I guess I'll know the next time I reach the limit on them. But if it's something that could do that, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's a little odd, given what has to go into that concoction.
Well, we also don't know if ingesting more could have any adverse effects. You didn't exactly seem like you were feeling your best yesterday.
It was a little odd, yeah. Felt
But,
very tingly.
This stuff has a limited supply, and I guess our plan is to eventually get rid of it. So
Yes.
I wish I knew more about what it was. If it...
Oh.
I don't want to hypothesize too much right now, obviously, because it's still a sensitive subject. A motion to you, then motion to like them, like in the back. But
Yeah. We will need to know a little about how exactly they synthesize it, like what they do with it, what kind of effects they've noticed, because if we do release this stuff, we probably need to know what kind of effect it's going to have. If it gets into the water, or if there's a way that we can, I don't know, use it up, essentially, so that it's gone.
I don't know that everyone here will be willing to continue working with that substance, if you understand my drift.
Yeah, no, when I say use it up, I don't mean turning it into potions. I more mean just so that it's not sitting around.
Make it into
steam or smoke or something that will go away on its own.
Or be breathed into our lungs.
True, depending on the
you
weight
just
of
had
it.
more foresight than the U.S. military did after decades of operating in other countries. Burning dangerous substances and then
who knew an
it's
int
bad?
of 12 was
Whoa.
more than the U.S.?
Whoa.
Only a few.
Whoa. Crazy. I only know a few people that served in Djibouti for a while, breathing in the toxins and have had issues.
When you care about
afterwards.
more than just profit or results, it's amazing the places your mind can go.
Holy shit!
Right?
There's more than just profit
it's
and
pretty
result.
fucking wild.
I know.
Anyways, sorry.
You wouldn't think so. This is like, yeah, depending on the weight of it in that form, but that's part of what I don't know. Would it fuse with other things in the sky and come raining down? I'm just not sure. I don't know what kind of things we could use to dissolve it. That's really what I'm thinking.
Well, the best expert we have on this stuff is in the other room.
Yeah.
Why don't you leave that sample with her and ask her, while we go maybe visit the other keeps and things like that, if she can try and find a way to break it down.
Might be a good conversation for once we're at the crack.
Let's give her a day or two to process before we ask her to work with people remnants again.
Yeah.
Not everyone's cut out for the life that we lead.
Yeah, that'll give her some time.
But it's not a bad idea.
Well, we've got what, 2 more days and then we can leave?
Yeah.
Yes, I believe so.
Seems like it.
So, I think we got books to read, and I don't know what the hell else to do now. I feel like take a breath for a moment.
At this point, what's her name? Ashanti is going to come out front and say, "It's been a long few days. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to go and relax for the day. But Mikhail, tomorrow, if you want to do some reading, I'd be more than happy to do some reading with you, and maybe see how it is your new mentor is going to be tutoring you." She says playfully to Koa.
We start at the crack of dawn, and he's gonna name some horrible workout routine that sounds terrible to you.
And something about a crack we're going to be going to. So in the day after next, we'll be heading out. So I'll be looking forward to that. Any supplies that you think I should pick up while I'm relaxing today, or you got it covered?
There's a burned out alchemy lab that we believe was Mull inspired, and we don't really know what we'll be working with. So if you need spare vials for potions or things that can sift through burnt rubble.
She pats her pack. I have that.
I looked at the other two
No.
Are we taking a... How are we getting there?
Well, we have horses. This might be a bit slower with the non-riding ones,
We should take some food, or at least as much as we can.
Well, I'll leave it to you guys to figure these details out. Mikhail, I'll see you tomorrow. Otherwise, good luck. And then she gives...
Before she leaves, Koa will also interject. The writing on the fountain thing, is that... Can you read all that, Mikhail?
What language was that?
Tal?
Was it tall? You go. Yeah. Yeah, I can read that.
Right.
She gives Koa a look, clearly to get his attention, and then slightly gestures towards the back area, and then says, again, see whoever tomorrow. Otherwise, next day, and excuses herself and leaves.
Elliot will be reading with us, of course. Just in passing.
Yeah. Well, acknowledgement, but no words, and leaves.
Koa will like clap you two on the back and be like, "Well, I'll meet up with you two in a bit." Like looking toward the door.
Of course. Yeah, we'll take a walk. And I'll walk out, presumably with Aldo.
Yeah.
Cool. And so you guys leave, and leaves just Koa behind.
He'll go check on Gwen.
Okay. She, you go out back, and she's sitting out back there, and she's kind of leaning to the side. Go ahead and roll a sense motive for a read of the situation. Unfortunately, even though you do the DCs are different because you know her very well, it's way too low of a roll. You see that she's kind of standing there. You're staring off. Her hair's, kind of like dropped down. So, because you have like a profile view, her hair's dropped down, so you can't quite see her profile. But she's kind of standing there staring off. At, maybe the contents on the table, maybe just staring off into the distance, whatever it is, you can't tell because of the profile. But she's, up against, like leaned against a wall and like looking the opposite direction.
Liver for your thoughts.
Oh, sorry. I was like, did he say liver? Sliver. Gotcha. Good line, Wade.
Have pennies.
I'm dumb. Sorry.
Thank you.
So, you say sliver for your thoughts? Huh? Oh, she looks away for a second and her hand reaches up. You can clearly tell, like, Koa's not an idiot. You can clearly tell she looks like she might be like wiping away a tear because the way her hand jumps to her face and you hear a quick sniff. And she says, "Oh, just a lot to take in. And a lot to get out. Are you going to be sticking around for a little bit, Koa? Would it be too much of a pain to ask for some help reorganizing to make sure that I'm free to go in the day after next?"
Whatever you need, I'm free. And
she gives you like a smile, suggesting like she appreciates the comfort of your tone when you say that. But continue, Wade, sorry.
whatever's on your mind also, I can sympathize if you want to get it off your chest.
No, just a lot to get done.
We don't have to RP through all of it, but Koa will probably open up with something like taxing or emotional from the road to try to like get her willing to open up, knowing that this is like I don't want to show weakness. So Koa's like, okay, well, the big dumb barbarian shows weakness first. Maybe that'll help.
It is annoying how disarming that is, because he is legitimately like the big, strong, like heroic one. And so when he shows the vulnerability, it's like, well, I mean, he's such a hero. If he can be vulnerable, you know what I mean? Like he's such like the Disney version of Hercules versus the real version of Hercules character, you know? Anyways, so roll a diplomacy because it's technically a GI check, which is not gastrointestinal.
Okay, that's not bad.
Big difference in those two Heracles, by the way.
Yeah, very big difference. We don't need to get into it. So,
But you know what?
Hey, 18.
Aldo and I know what's important.
So as you pry, or not as you pry, as you share to try to get her to open up, she says, the original plan was to see if it enhanced. And it does. And that was a tiny, tiny dose. Just to make sure that it was safe for him. The plan was to start with something small. And then work up from there. Increasing, hopefully, tolerance. Maybe making a smoother concoction as we experimented a little bit more. And then hopefully one with strong enough concentration that we might be able to put cracks or eventually punch through work towards some sort of anyways.
We have to get rid of it somehow.
No. The fact that it worked is just frustrating. I can't do that.
I don't know. I don't know what the correct answer is. I wish I did. I mean, I might be a blumbering idiot, and how I tried to speak the other day clearly didn't convey things well, but my understanding of living in and amongst nature is things do cycle. But I'm not lying to you whenever I say we have to get rid of it somehow. And what you have done with it is help people. I don't know what it is now. What happened was horrible and terrible. But apparently it's had some kind of bonding with an elemental or water or both or some kind of thing. Whatever it once was, I don't know if it still is that or not. That's a question beyond my understanding, but if what we think we have to do is expel it out of there, it's going to be launched into the river or nature or somewhere else as it is. If it can be used for something good, I mean, it's not the same as you or I right now being consumed or something, right? But perhaps it's something worth at least considering what to do with it, I mean.
I don't know if it is, though.
I don't
Even
either.
considering it feels wrong. I don't know.
I don't either. But
If this is even a thought to be entertained, long pause, then I think I would want to wait to see after the curse is broken.
my only qualm is I don't know what happens to it. He'll go through and explain like his understanding of like the crystals and the magic and the binding and the expelling that he thinks might have to take place. Once it's broken, I don't know if anything will be left to experiment with. It might be gone.
That's for the gods to decide.
There is still some spilt out in the sewers. I can gather it and
Apparently
hang on
that's what's
to it.
been happening this whole time.
Well, the place where it was leaking out is hardened and covered over. There's a limited amount that's no longer in there. What I believe what's been gathered for you is not the pure sample that we dealt with on the inside.
Yeah. She shakes her head and says, "No, I don't know if I feel comfortable even having this conversation."
Well, then we will save it for another time, but if I've learned anything over the last few months, it's that sometimes making these rash decisions doesn't really lead anywhere because everything's a lot more complicated than we know or think. And, if it were me and I was gone, and something about my essence or whatever's left in this world could help someone, I mean, I'd be all for it. I suppose if the gods are going to take me, they're going to take me. Right?
She nods and says, "But right now, you have the choice to say that. And also, Koa, you're different than regular people."
This becomes a more complicated question. I mean, is there lore in this world about is there like a body soul thing, like your soul is taken to the gods, but your body's left behind?
It depends on which gods you worship. Your own idiopan. Some of them you have to burn the body. Some you have to bury it. Some of you have to do that, right?
Right.
But in the end, so long as the body is properly taken care of, your soul goes to the gods, to where the gods are, right? And so the concept of the river Styx is known for how it is you get to the gods, et cetera, et cetera. That's the belief that people have. Whether or not it's true is a different conversation. That's the belief that people have.
I don't know. I don't know what's a... This essence exists and what happened, and what's left behind is left behind. At that point, I don't know if it matters what happens with it. I guess I just think that if good can be done, then perhaps it should be.
She thinks, and then she'll just kind of like nod away, like not away. She nods, like taking in the words, but doesn't want to respond. At the end of it, Koa realizes that probably the most helpful thing, beyond breaking through and having her speak so you guys can get to it, probably the most lingering thing that he said to her, the part that's going to have the most impact, was saying, if I've learned anything through all of this, it's the making the rash decisions now. It's probably the wrong idea. More or less just telling her, don't close the door until, later. Right now, understand. Step back. Making a decision one way or the other is a foolish idea now. Is that's probably the most lasting line or concept of the whole conversation that you have on her after getting her to open up. And so, like I said, she nods, acknowledging it, and then like kind of changing the subject after a couple of seconds of silence. She says, "Oh, I forgot about the other shipment. We should probably go collect those boxes too." And like,
you're the boss today.
Changes the conversation. She's like, "I am, and I pay shit." And like walks out back as you realize I am not getting paid.
Koa just smiles and goes along with it at this point.
Cool. Awesome. For the two of you, any details you want to go over as you're walking away, or?
Not for me.
Cool.
Yep, I don't think I have anything.
In that case, we will say we can jump ahead another day or two, and then we will pick up next session with the characters heading, I suppose, diving into that crack. Delving into that crack.
I
Ending an
do
hour
want to
early.
roll a gather information check, though, during those days, Scott.
Oh, sure. So there's
just
something.
for,
my apologies. Cool.
Just for figuring out where the soldiers have gone.
Oh, that's a really good one. That's a really, really good one.
Can I help him with that?
Yeah.
I was having the same
you're
curiosity.
unfortunately busy.
Oh wait, no, I have to do hospital shit
Yeah, hospital shit
and
/
reading.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
never mind.
But yes, Jake, go ahead. And maybe not roll a 1.
What is it again? Diplomacy,
I heard
right?
they're all in their beach episode.
Yeah, it's diplomacy.
Diplomacy, right?
Si, senor.
Someone could totally give him like a hero point or something for it. It would be kind of cool, but
17.
you don't have to. But like, it'd be pretty dope.
But also
Luck
not
it.
the wise one, though. You could luck die that.
Yeah, you think you should?
All right.
That's a good one.
20.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 20.
You actually, trying to get this information, you actually, the person you end up walking around talking, trying to get these details, and you're not able to get the info from anybody. But then you eventually realize, you know what we should fucking talk to? We haven't talked to Leon about that specific scenario. We should probably have a conversation with him. And so you're like, why don't I just go have like a sit down or whatever with him? And so you sit down, and he likes to play like, I think he's teaching Koa how to play that game.
Yeah,
Conquer,
Conqueror, I think.
which
yeah.
your character's familiar with, Jake, because of your upbringing close to the border. Not you didn't grow up close to the border, but you spend time close to the border and everything. You're familiar with Conqueror. You're not good at it. It's not like you're great at the game or anything, but you are familiar, so you could sit there and play the game, and chat with him. And he actually will inform you that from what he's been able to glean himself, their formation, the way that they're marching, so on and so forth, suggests they weren't just walking off. They were clearly, like, the equipment they had with them, they're marching, etc., etc. They were clearly heading out to battle. Moreover, the people that they've been training with this whole time, he's noticed that the people that they brought in, these are, like I said, individuals that came out of Hodgwen, and individuals that came out of Paradel. I think I said this before, I don't remember. But individuals that came out of Paradel that were like known adventurers, like they have skill in combat, that were doing the training, teaching them how to fight. So it's like the people that were with them. And not all of them actually marched on. Some of them head back into head west when they head eastward. And then finally, conversations he's been able to have with a couple of the remaining few in the barracks after they left, like, trying to make conversation, talking to them the way that only another soldier could, right? It's kind of like break down the barriers to speak with them. Comes to realize they were heading to the town of Astrad. Apparently, Hodgwen, from their perspective, was having a hard time with the amount of, say, farming and nourishment, whatever, just relying too much on trade, and that it wasn't a reliable way to take care of the town. And so they were going, and Strahd, who they were supposed to trade with, has been upping their prices lately, and they've been sick and tired of it. So they're going there to make sure that the prices are more in line with the fair market.
Okay. All right. Well, Strahd is now. What are you going?
They could have lost.
Yeah.
Strahd's not much bigger than Rick.
Nice.
They could have lost.
Perfect. Well, I really have to pee, so we can wrap up now. And I'm gonna go pee rather than just running upstairs and doing it while you guys are doing
Dude, every hour piss has been mentioned.
It's not early. It's
What?
We're an hour early.
Yeah, we're like an hour early. It's crazy.
so. Jake, anything exciting going on?
This guy,
Nah.
dude, he's ruining our week. An hour to get a tanner to do something, he leaves an hour early.
Wait,
Fight
anything
through the
exciting
time.
happening?
No.
Keegan, kill another PC?
Not another one, no.
You killed the
First
same
one's
one
still
again? Oh.
Still dead.
Haven't you guys ever heard the concept of yes and?
Or as one of the characters said, my friend's hurt real bad. She's dead. That happened. What? That's it.
That's tragic.
I mean, I guess they're going to try to
sympathize
bring
with
her
the
back.
character dying. However,
Yeah.
I think I'd rather deal with that than Piss Mafia.
Yeah. Really don't want to piss them off. Like, damn.
Yeah.
That is true. Oh, well.
Here they're in the wet work.
Just like for as usual for Scott, anticlimactic ending.
Yep. With a whimper.
Well,
Or a splash in this case.
I just have to say, out of all the people here on this call, who's a parent?
We're all here, apparently.
I think I'm the only daddy here. So I'm the only one. I'm the
You're
only
a
one
dad?
here
Let's
that
not call you a
that
daddy.
can say otherwise. So I'm just saying, proof is in the pudding, if you will. The pudding baby's in the belly.
Come on, baby batter? It's gross. It's gross, Scott. Jesus
It's
Christ.
pretty gross. I won't lie. It's like this is have to pee.
That's not a
We all know we're
excuse.
ending for P. We get it, man. It's been the theme of the night. We've been obsessed. Go enjoy your piss fetish. Have a good night.